Every day, baseball has the potential to deliver something special. Take last night. The best team in the game was shut down by one of its best pitchers. The home run hitter fooled by the magician on the mound. A no-hitter wrecked by the 9-hitter filling in for a Hall of Famer. It was a sight to behold, and reason to come back for more. The Blue Jays tackle the Yankees again. That's next on Rogers Sportsnet. Outside the stadium, the Toronto International Air Show provides added entertainment. Indoors, Brett Cecil will try and prevent one against the high-flying New York Yankees in Game 3 of a weekend series. You'll see it today on Rogers Sportsnet. There'll be F-18s buzzing around the place, although the buzz in this building still involves the performance last night of Roy Halladay. I'm Jamie Campbell with Pat Tabler, and what a pitching performance it was.
Jamie, I don't think I've seen Roy Halladay better than in last night's ball game against the Yankees. When he has his good curveball going like he did early in the game, you know you're in for something special. The Yankees came into the game second in the American League in hitting. They got one hit. First in on-base percentage, Halladay gave up 4 base runners. Only the Baltimore Orioles came in with fewer strikeouts than the Yankees. Halladay had 9 of them. Safe to say he was on his game last night.
He certainly was, and that was his second career one-hitter. Watch the reaction of Eric Hinsky as he whiffs late in the ball game in a magical performance from Roy Halladay. And after this, we got a reaction from Cito Gaston, the proud manager of the Toronto Blue Jays.
It's not a whole lot you can say no more than, wow, what a great job by Doc Halladay. I mean, almost perfect. That's the dog we know, and tonight he was able to hit his spots, throw the ball pretty much where he wanted to, and we were able to score some runs for him tonight.
As fate would have it, it was Ramiro Pena who got the only hit of the ball game, and he was subbing in for Derek Jeter. You'll recall 1998, his second start with 2 out of the 9th, looking to a no-hitter. Bobby Higginson went deep against Halladay, so he's had a pair of complete Game 1 hitters. And that brings us to the pitching matchup for today's game. It's a rookie left-hander, Brett Cecil, against a veteran, Andy Pettitte, who's having a fine second half.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's having a great year. Brett Cecil, second career start versus the Yankees, trying to finish the season strong. This is his second to last start of the season. Up against Pettitte, who loves the Jays. He is the active major league leader with 19 career wins versus the Toronto Blue Jays. So it'll be fun here this afternoon to watch these two lefties go.
And the Blue Jays lineup has a bit of a different look today. With more on that, we go downstairs to Sam Cosentino.
Yes, indeed it does, Jamie. John McDonald gets the start in left field today. He has played there once before this year, but it's something we may not see the last of. It's something we'll talk about during the course of this game.
Junior Jays Saturday here at the ballpark. They're expecting a large gathering of kids to watch the Yankees and the Blue Jays. The air show's going on outside as well. Lots going on in this area. We'll have the first pitch coming up next here on Rogers Sportsnet. Center today as the Toronto International Air Show is going on outside. Inside, it's the Yankees and Blue Jays as Mark Teixeira measures up the bat. He'll be batting third for the Yankees today, the DH. Let's look at their lineup, and Derek Jeter is back in and leads off against the Jays, hitting .330. Alex Rodriguez hits fourth for this club, 577 career home runs. His most recent came against Jason Frazier on Thursday. You'll notice no Johnny Damon, no Hideki Matsui, and that's with good reason, because there's a left-hander on the mound for the Blue Jays as 23-year-old Brett Cecil goes to the hill. He'll make his 16th start, and it's great to have Pat Tabler back in the booth.
Thank you, Jamie. Good to be back. This was originally going to be Cecil's final start of the season, but Cito Gaston decided to give Cecil one more start following this one. He's coming off a tough one against the Rangers last Monday. That was the game where he was spotted 11-run lead, and he pitched 5 innings, 7 runs, 9 hits, and got the victory in that. In his career against the Yankees, Cecil has only pitched 3 2/3 innings against New York. Here's the scouting report: the fastball, the slider, the curve, and the change, and he will use all 4 of them in this game. He needs to throw strikes early. He's averaging about 17 strikeouts per inning in a 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. And Cito Gaston is looking for some length from Brett Cecil. His last few outings, his last 4 as a matter of fact, he's only thrown 17 innings, so he needs some length to help out that bullpen. Defensively for Toronto this afternoon, McDonald, Wells, and Bautista in the outfield. Edwin Encarnacion back off the disabled list. Yesterday he was reinstated. We'll get the start this afternoon with the lefty on the mound. Old Chavez behind the plate. And Johnny Mack with his first start in left field. He's had starts at third base, shortstop, second base, and now for the first time this year, way out in left field.
And he's not unfamiliar with the position. He had to go out there for a couple of innings in July when David DeLucci was hurt in a game here against the Boston Red Sox. So here's Derek Jeter back in the lineup after a day off last night. Brett Cecil deals. It's lined to right field. And there's a pitcher's best friend. 1 pitch and 1 out.
Well, if you want some length, that's the best way to do it. First pitch swinging Jeter, and he stays inside the ball so well and hits the ball hard to right field. 34 walks this year for Brett Cecil. Again, averaging about 17 innings per pitch per inning. So it's imperative that you throw strikes early, especially to the Yankees. We talked about it in the opening, how they're in the top of just about every offensive category in the American League. On base percentage, fewest strikeouts, most base on balls. So you have to throw strikes, and you have to throw them early.
Nick Swisher takes ball 1. And Swisher was also absent from the lineup last night. And frankly, Pat, if it was me, I would have been happy not to have been involved after what Roy Halladay was doing last night to the New York Yankees.
What do you mean? You wouldn't want to grab a bat and face the way Halladay was throwing?
Into the locker room, and it's like, hey, it's not my problem. You guys couldn't hit him.
He is so good when he gets that breaking ball over. And you can tell in the first inning that something special was going to happen, even though it was the Yankees. And they are second in the American League in batting. When Halladay's on, I don't care who it is.
Here's Cecil. And that's a strike on Swisher. 2-1. And after the game, Halladay made the suggestion that he'd finally felt the curveball. He had the feel of his curveball for the first time in 3 starts, and maybe that's what was sort of bothering him all along.
He kept saying that the location has been my problem, that I can't throw the ball where I wanted to.
Sky down the left field line. McDonald comes in, but it's out of play. And the count on Swisher is 2-2.
So I hope Brett Cecil was sitting over there and watching what Halladay was doing. Their stuff, Cecil's and Halladay's, are night and day, but you can pick up how you pitch them, what you want to do, pitch to your strengths, watch the Yankee batters. So I hope he was over there watching.
Here's Cecil, and this one is grounded to third. Encarnacion with a stab, and oh, it gets away from Millar. Hill with the throw to second, and that one hits Swisher. A beautiful front end by Encarnacion and a terrible back end at first, and Kevin Millar knew it right away.
Hasn't that been the season right there in a microcosm for the Blue Jays? Great early. Look at this play by Encarnacion, and then bad late. The in-between hop right there to Millar. If he could have thrown it a little bit closer to Millar or a little bit further from him, he makes that play. But what a diving stab by Encarnacion, and from his knees, it looks like he has it. Tough play for a first baseman. The only thing you can do as a first baseman there is get down as low as possible and just try and block that ball. It goes down the right field line, and Swisher ends up on second base.
And Swisher gets a single out of the play, charge an error to Encarnacion.
Not fair.
No, not at all.
But it's the right call.
That is the right call.
After you make a sensational backhanded stab like that, and the effort, but hey, it's tough.
That's scoring. And it's 1-0 on Teixeira. Imagine diving out, making a play like that one and saying, you erred.
Yeah. Yeah, he did everything right, except the throw.
And he's just back from the disabled list. He'd been out since the 21st of August with a strained hamstring. And so the Yankees with Swisher at second base. Mark Teixeira is the designated hitter. Brett Cecil with the 2-0 pitch, and that catches the strike zone. 2-1. Cecil in his rookie year. The Blue Jays have used 12 different starters this year. Compare that to last season when they required only 8. And that's lifted foul. So it's been a very educational year for many of these young players this year.
And the Blue Jays would be the first to admit that that is not an excuse for their record. You look at the Los Angeles Angels and the amount of pitchers that they have gone through, and they are in first place. I believe they've gone through as many starting pitchers as the Blue Jays have this year, and they're in first. Oakland has gone through a lot of starting pitchers this year because of injuries. But it's a great time to learn, chance to get to the big leagues and compete against the best in all of baseball, maybe learn something.
You mentioned that you'd hoped that Cecil had been watching Halladay last night. Well, he's had a chance most of this year, along with Mark Zebchinski, guys like Ricky Romero, to watch Halladay work every fifth day, and maybe down the road those observations will pay off.
You know, and it's not just what they do during the game, it's what they do to prepare for the game.
This one is fly to short center field in no man's land, and Vernon Wells comes streaking in from deep center to make the catch and take care of Teixeira.
Well, one thing that we see early on in this game, Brett Cecil has a pretty good fastball. He threw that one right in on Teixeira, and Teixeira can't get his hands out. Pops it up into center field for the second out. Both the teams today, Jamie, did not take batting practice on the field. The cage was open, and I'm sure both of them went down there. Both teams went down and got their hacks in, but it's a little bit different down in the cage than hitting on the field.
Here's Alex Rodriguez now with 2 away, and that pitch delivered high from Cecil, who's made one previous start against the Yankees, and he lasted only 3 2/3, allowing 7 earned runs. So he's got a frightful 17.18 ERA in his time against the Yankees. Here in the first inning, just underway.
That was at Yankee Stadium back in May, and even though he gave up those 7 earned runs in 3 2/3, he got a no decision.
Rodriguez now has 577 career home runs. He finds himself chasing Mark McGwire now for 8th all time. He ducks away, but that's in for a strike. It's 2-1. Certainly a bit of a pattern count-wise developing here as Cecil's fallen behind. I think the last 3, 2-0, and then gets a strike. As Swisher stands up at second on the single and the error.
Lefty deals, and there's strike two.
Another pattern that you see here. It looks like he's going to crowd those hitters today, stay inside on them. The Yankees do such a good job of hitting the balls to all field. On top of the power that they throw out there, they are very good hitters with a very good idea, and they'll change right along with you. They will make the adjustments.
Here's the 2-2, swung on and missed, and Cecil strikes out A-Rod. He leaves his bat at home plate and heads for third. The Blue Jays are now 60-74 and sit fourth in the American League East. Vernon Wells is the three-hitter today, a .372 average against Andy Pettitte, and a home run in his time. Vernon's last home run this year came 15 days ago against the LA Angels. He'll be batting third. The Blue Jays will sit all four left-handed batters today because there is Andy Pettitte, the veteran, who goes for the Yankees.
We talked about Halladay on his game. Andy Pettitte is coming off one of his best performances of his career. He tried the first 20 Oriole batters in his last game against Baltimore. Settled for 8 innings, 1-run ball, and just 2 hits giving up in those 8 innings. The 8 innings by Pettitte is a season high for him. He did not walk anybody, and he struck out 8 Oriole batters.
Now here's Marco Scutaro. And consider this, Pettitte's opponent's average against batters who are hitting in the #1 spot in the order is a minute 187. He has seemingly always solved the leadoff hitter this year. And Pettitte has not lost a game since July the 25th, so he's been tough lately as Scutaro awaits the 1-1 pitch.
He has been tough. He's been going deep into ball games, throwing a lot more strikes. One of the reasons why, he says, I finally feel healthy. It's a pleasure not feeling the pain in my arm every time I throw a baseball. He had the elbow problems. He also had shoulder problems. He says it feels good to be healthy. Doesn't hurt anymore when I pitch. At this time last year, my shoulder was absolutely killing me.
And that's why about a year ago I was involved with a group of media people who were talking to Andy Pettitte here at Rogers Center about what 2009 was going to hold, and he was really contemplating hanging them up.
I thought he was. He came back, signed the 1-year contract with the Yankees, and he has won them 12 games so far this year.
But he walks Scutaro. And so as Marco trots down to first, let's get a scouting report on the veteran Pettitte.
Well, he likes to get ahead early with his fastball. 61% of the times that first pitch will be a fastball. He's got that great cutter and curveballs. He'll change speeds with both of those pitches. We've seen it for years and years and years. He's had a strong August. 4-0 with a 250 earned run average. Batters hitting just over 200 against Pettit in his 6 starts in the month of August. That is a theme for him for his whole career.
It's the breaking ball for strike one on Aaron Hill, who was 2 for 5 last night with a pair of doubles and 2 RBIs. So his RBI totals now up to 91. And the 0-1 pitch fouled back. It's strike 2.
You were talking about the reversal of fortune for Andy Pettit this year. At the break, he still had a winning record of 8-5, but the ERA had ballooned to almost 5. Innings per starter is about the same, but since the All-Star break, look at the opponent's batting average down to 210. Run support about the same, and the earned run average about 2.5. You don't have to pitch deep into games. You just have to keep the opponents down for a little while because of the Yankee offense and the depth that they have in their bullpen.
He gets Hill quickly. 3 pitches, and Aaron's gone. And that's the first out here in the bottom of 1.
Off-speed pitch, and with 2 strikes, Hill has to protect the plate. But a little too much. Here's the defense for the Yankees, 4th in the American League in fielding percentage. Hairston and Hinsky in the corners in the outfield today for New York. The veteran Posada will catch Andy Pettit, and Derek Jeter, the captain, the Gold Glove winner, back in the lineup after sitting out last night's game against Roy Halladay.
There's Vernon Wells hitting 3rd. And as fate would have it, Pat, you saw the game. The man who replaced Jeter last night, Ramiro Pena, was the only batter to come up with a base hit against Roy Halladay. That's a game fans will long remember. So Blue Jay fans and those who have been watching since 1977 are still awaiting that second no-hitter. Dave Steve stands alone with his gem against the Cleveland Indians in 1990.
We were chatting about that before the game down in the dugout about Steve's no-hitter against Cleveland. In Cleveland, late in the season?
Yes. I believe it was August.
One of the sports writers were kind of joking. We kind of figured something was going to be up that day because the lineup that the Indians threw out there wasn't very good. Was a little weak. Jerry Brown with the last out made.
This one heads for the seats in right field. You know, I think it was Bob Elliott of the Toronto Sun who did a study at the beginning of the year, and he found out that 70% of all no-hitters in the history of the major leagues have been thrown in either April or September. September, when, you know, the lineups aren't as strong. Call-ups have been summoned from AAA.
6 months of injuries, so there's holes in lineups for that.
Early April, when the weather's a little cold.
Brutal. Come on, you're being kind. A little cold. How about brutal? Pitchers are, generally speaking, ahead of hitters early in the year.
There's a 2-2 count. And it's whacked right up the middle and gloved by Cano. Oh, that's magic. They don't get the double play, but that's a bullet up the middle, and Cano made it look very easy.
It'll go as a fielder's choice by Vernon Wells, but you're right. What a play by Cano, the second baseman. He's only made 9 errors this year. It's the range and the softness of his hands. Because the ball was hit so far up the middle, the angle to flip the ball to Jeter. Jeter's got to wait before it gets to the bag, and they can only get out in the middle of the diamond. But what a play by Cano. Soft hands on that backhand play.
Took a bounce off the mound, short hopped him behind second. He still came up with it and relayed to Jeter. As Kevin Millar steps in now against Pettit and fouls back the first pitch. Millar was 0 for 5 last night as he started in place of Lyle Overbay, who's still bothered by a minor finger injury. You see so many hitters, Pat, in the major leagues who stand as far back as they can in the batter's box in an effort to see as much of the pitch as they can. Kevin Millar is not one of them.
He wants to get right on top of the plate and get out close to the pitcher. See a lot of guys do that against lefties who have that good cutter. There it is right there. They want to try and catch the ball out in front of the plate before it barrels in on them and gets them right on their thumbs. Pettit for years and years and years have dominated right-handers by cutting that fastball in on them. There's a good shot right there from the side, how closer to the pitcher Kevin Millar is than most right-handed batters we've seen this year.
Pettit checks Wells at first. Wells is the team's stolen base leader with 14, and that's not really saying much because the Blue Jays aren't much of a base stealing threat most days. And that's ripped foul. And Pettit, not only being a left-hander but being a crafty veteran, noticed early on with Scudero up there at first and now Wells, you can't sneak out very far from first base when he's on the mound.
He's always had a great move. He has only given up 2 stolen bases since June the 8th. One of them was to Jacoby Ellsbury and the other one to Sean Figgins back in July. And he has Vernon Wells leaning back towards first base on his throw to the plate. What you want to do is you want to get out there as a runner. You don't want your momentum leaning back to the base. Just get out there and just freeze and then just read the pitcher, the left-hander. If Millar smokes a ball into the gap and you're leaning back towards first base, there's a chance you might not score. Just get out there and just hold. See that? See how he's leaning back?
Still going back. It doesn't matter now, though, because Millar strikes out, and that's the inning. After 1, no score here at the Rogers Center in Toronto. The history of this team still belongs to Dave Steve, September 2nd, 1990. And we had Steve up here not long ago, and he asked him, hey, who are you pointing to there? And it was the author of his book, Kevin Boland, who I happened to run into a few days later. And he finally got one. 5 career one-hitters. And the no-no against the Indians at Old Municipal Stadium.
Almost 19 years ago to the day.
Almost.
September 2nd, did you tell me?
Yes, September 2.
1990.
Here on the 5th of the month, it's Brett Cecil facing Jorge Posada, Robinson Cano, and Jerry Hairston Jr. in the Yankees' second. So Cecil was all of 4 years old when Steve twirled the no-no against Cleveland. And that's hammered into the seats in left field.
Nice catch. If Brett Cecil is going to be successful today, he has got to bring his A game, because the Yankees have just punished left-handed pitching this year. As a team, they are hitting .292. And did you take a look at their one-loss record versus left-handed starters this year?
31-14.
So you've got to bring your A game today. And what is that? Crowd them, change speeds, change what you want to do against them. I was talking to Cecil before, a couple of starts ago, and I asked him, what's the biggest thing that you have learned this year at the major league level? You talked about young kids learning at the major league level. There's a strike. And he said, learning to adjust during the game. First time through the lineup, I might pitch a guy this way. Second time through the lineup, I have to make the adjustments in the fourth and the fifth and the sixth inning. I said, well, how do you do that? Well, you watch video and you go along with your catcher. You talk about it. Hey, this is what I saw, the first time through the lineup. Maybe we should try this the second time through, especially against a team like the Yankees, who make adjustments as well as anybody in the game.
As we've seen so often, Pat, when you get to nibbling against a team like this, you find yourself throwing 100-some-odd pitches in 5 innings.
Yeah, you'll be gone. You'll be gone early. If you start nibbling, they just have an idea of that strike zone. They lead the American League in base on balls, and that's a big reason why they are leading the AL in on-base percentage. I think you have to be aggressive with them. And you can't be afraid to throw a pitch. And you have to throw that pitch with conviction. I'm going to take it and I'm going to throw it right here. You start guessing and I'm not sure if I should throw it here or when. And the next thing you know, you've got the bases loaded and lots of runners on.
Here's a Rogers Fast Fact brought to you by Canada's fastest mobile network, 3 times faster than any other. Halliday's complete game 1 hitter last night was the 14th in franchise history. There have been that many. And not all of them from familiar names either. Paul Menhart had a complete game 1 hitter against the... I don't know who the opposition was, to be perfectly honest with you, but I do remember he had one. Phil Huffman.
When was that?
Do
you have a year on that?
I'm going by memory here. Let me look it up.
Well, Halliday's had 2, right?
Phil Huffman, 1979.
1970. Halliday's had 2, and you said Steve has had 5. That's
Steve's
7.
had 5.
So we're halfway there.
Paul Menhart did it 1995 in Baltimore. Harold Baines, a home run in the second inning. That was it. And the first ever was Dave LeManchek in 1979. When Pat Putnam had a single in the third.
Did Dustin McGowan have one of those one-hitters?
Remember that one against Colorado?
Mm-hmm.
This one is lifted to center field, and Wells, who is shading more toward left center field, sees it drop in front of him, so Cano has a base hit. Looks like defensive positioning might have come into play there, Pat.
Well, the way that Cano attacks the ball, especially against left-handers, you have to shade your center fielder to left center because he can drive that ball that other way. I thought that ball was going to hang up there long enough and slice back to Vernon Wells that he could make the catch, but it died quickly. And the Yankees have their second hit, and now a bunt situation, so the infield is really crowding in on the corners. Jerry Hairston Jr. has been a very good pickup by the Yankees this season.
Brought over from the Cincinnati Reds, and he sends this one into the seats. Hairston Jr. has hit safely in 9 of his 12 starts since joining the Yankees, so he's batting .351 when starting for this club.
But he's giving them some versatility. He can play the infield and the outfield. He's a bat off the bench, a veteran who has been there. We've seen him pinch run already against the Blue Jays. today starting in left field with Cecil on the mound.
Hit a home run against Mark Sepchinski at Yankee Stadium as that ball from Cecil is high. 1-1 here in the Yankees second. 2 on and nobody out. There's Cano at first. Posadas up at second. And Hairston Jr. facing Cecil, the batter making his first start of the series. One and two.
That's a good fastball. That's what I mean about challenging hitters and throwing the pitch with conviction. I think you hit it on the head. If you start nibbling against teams like the Yankees and the Red Sox, Tampa Bay, players with veteran presence and an idea at the plate, you're just going to find yourself into trouble. Be aggressive and see what happens.
Here's a bouncer to short. Scudero gets to it, underhands to second. They only have one play, and that's the force of Cano. So Posada moves to third. Hairston safe at first on the fielder's choice. And with one out, Melky Cabrera will bat for the Yankees.
No chance for the infield to turn the double play. And they've turned a few this year. 139 double plays by the Blue Jay, which is third in the American League, but no chance to turn it on that soft ground ball by Hairston.
We've seen some acrobatics on the field today so far. Encarnacion with a terrific play. Robinson Cano. You'll see some in the air throughout the broadcast today. As Melky Cabrera, the center fielder, takes ball one. And back to what you were talking about, Pat, about trying not to nibble against a team like this. It's interesting what a young pitcher like Brett Cecil must feel. It's easy to say be aggressive, but at some point he's got to be thinking, if I'm aggressive and I make a mistake to Rodriguez, to Shara, Jeter, I could really get hurt.
But that's okay.
That must be something to overcome for a young pitcher.
You talk to young pitchers when they come up, and I guarantee you 85% of them say, I have to be perfect to get A-Rod out. I've been watching Jeter my whole career. I've got to make this absolute perfect pitch. Well, you don't. You don't have to make that absolute perfect pitch. You just have to pitch, and you have to be aggressive, and you have to throw strikes.
Well, here's a 2-0 count now, 3-0 as he loses the breaker there.
When I first came up and I started facing, you know, the Nolan Ryans and the Tom Seavers and the Roger Clemens and these great pitchers, Steve Carlton and Ron Guidry, I walked in there and said, this stuff is going to be like off the charts as Cabrera fouls that ball back, but it's like everybody else. It might be a little bit harder from Nolan Ryan. Seaver's slider and Guidry's slider might be a little bit better than everybody, but they knew how to pitch. They knew how to throw the ball where they wanted to, and they found your weaknesses, and they just exploited that. But they didn't throw the ball harder than the next guy. They just had a very good idea about pitching.
This one finds the gap in left center field. A base hit for Cabrera. And Posada trots home with the opening run of the ball game. 1-0 for the New York Yankees.
Melky Cabrera has put together quietly, I think, a good season. Hitting down in the lineup for the Yankees, so there's going to be a lot of opportunities to drive in runs. Gets himself into a hitter's count and rips that ball into left field for an RBI single.
Eric Hinsky comes to the plate as the number 9 hitter. He hit second against Roy Halladay last night. He split the year with the Pirates and the Yankees. And played in the National League for the first time as a regular this year in a half season with the Pirates, and noticed a significant difference in the pitching from the National League to the American League. And we've touched on that before. Edwin Encarnacion made that claim soon after he arrived from Cincinnati.
Told us that in New York. more fastballs in the National League. And I think the only reason that is because of the designated hitter.
So here's Hinske, the right fielder today, with 2 on and a 2-0 count. We've seen many of those from Cecil.
Remember in the scouting report, what was the second thing we talked about?
Strikes early.
Strikes early. Well, Brett Cecil's only thrown first pitch strikes to 2 of the first 9 batters. You cannot fall behind this team. They will make you pay.
He follows the 2-0 with a strike right down the middle. Cecil coming off Monday's win, and that one really counted as a victory that doesn't feel like one, because he was given an 11-0 lead, and he had a bit of a meltdown in the 5th inning, allowing 7 runs. I joked with him the next day. I said, hey, at the end of the day, it still counts as a W.
Yeah, a W is a W, and you're going to take it. But it's tough to have that 11-run lead like you had it. You had to hold on. The 9th inning was, what was it, 11-10 heading into the 9th inning?
I told him, just tell your grandkids it was a complete game 2-hitter and hope they don't look it up on the internet.
A W is a
W.
W.
It was still win number 6 on the year.
That's right. His record is very good at 6-3.
Sure. 2-2 pitch is low. So here are the Yankees, as they do so well, making the young left-hander throw a lot of pitches. He's now up to 40, and we're only 1 out in the 2nd inning.
Here's the start you were talking about earlier in July at Yankee Stadium. Note the 5 base on balls in just 3 2/3 innings.
Hinske pops this one up. Storming over is Chavez. Oh, and a collision with Encarnacion. Neither man can get there in time to make the grab.
Well, that is Edwin Encarnacion's ball if he is playing straight up at third base. With Hinske up, he is going to be pulled way around, so he's got a long way to go. Chavez knows that. And neither one of the players can come up with that pop-up.
On 3-2, then he gets the pitch that strikes out Hinske as he chases the high fastball. And so, as it turns out, Cecil only needs 1 extra pitch to get Hinske out.
That'll help. Eric Hinske has not been able to stay off of that high fastball in his career. Here's the learning curve that Brett Cecil has had to go through. Against the AL East, the earned run average is over 5, hitters hitting over 300, and he has done a very good job against the rest of the American League. 4-0. Note the home runs allowed versus the AL East. And it's a beast to go through these lineups. The Yankees and the Rays, the Red Sox, even Baltimore. Baltimore's got a very good hitting team.
Ricky Romero's numbers look like that, too.
Yeah, you can say that about a couple of other young pitchers for the Blue Jays. It has been a learning curve pitching in this division. There are no easy outs up and down all of those lineups.
And Derek Jeter in his last 24 games batting over 400, so he is starting to heat up as we reach September baseball. And his average against left-handed pitching this year is number 1 in the American League and second only in the majors to David Wright of the New York Mets. 1 ball and 1 strike on Jeter.
You talked about you will see those. You'll also hear the Jets going overhead today.
Now, they look like the Blue Angels. We had the pleasure yesterday of seeing the snowbirds banking around the CN Tower.
I heard them.
Certainly caught the attention of a lot of the players, I can assure you.
Already today we've seen probably 3 times hitters stepping out of the box already, calling time, their concentration broken because of the noise. Wow.
Well, this delay is all about Cecil and Chavez not being on the same page.
Well, Brett Cecil wants to throw a certain pitch, and Raul Chavez just can't find what he wants. He shook 3 or 4 times. Cecil has an idea of what he wants to throw to Jeter here at 2-1.
And eyesight should not be a problem here for Cecil. If you've seen his recent nighttime performances, he squints a lot. He told me the other day that he can see a whole lot better in the daytime. What's new there? As this one is flied to right, foul ground and out of play. And at some point, Cecil will get the same type of athletic eyewear that you see Dustin McGowan using, at least when he's healthy and pitching. Because at night he's been having trouble seeing the signs. Different story in the day, though, for Brett Cecil, who's got 2 and 2 on Derek Jeter. Now 3 and 2.
This has been one of those long innings, lots of pitches, just 1 base runner in the first inning. That was that infield single by Swisher. Already 1 walk in this inning and a run score.
Here's the payoff. And the result is ball 4. Boy, that was a good looking pitch.
The pitch looked good and the check swing looked borderline. But Bob Davidson, the first base umpire, says no. Here's the pitch. First of all, slider. Looked under the knees on that replay, and then Jeter did not make an attempt, so it'll go as a walk, and the Yankees have loaded him up with 2 out.
Well, guys, I had a chance to speak with Ricky Romero about facing Boston and facing New York and what his approach was against those teams. And we've seen Ricky struggle somewhat of late, and he says really it comes down to me and what I can do and how confident I am in my own stuff. And it doesn't really matter what the lineup presents, but if you have the confidence in being aggressive and throwing your good stuff when you know you can, that's when you're going to have success. It's at that point where your confidence wanes, that's when you struggle, and really the opposition doesn't matter at that point.
I think that's what I was talking about, Sam, about throwing the ball with conviction. Hey, this is my best pitch. I feel confident in this situation, and here's where I'm going to throw it. Instead of, oh, I've got to make that perfect pitch right on the black, down and away. Where are you going to miss? You're not throwing the ball with authority.
Bases loaded, 2 out, strike 1 delivered. So Cecil gets back to one of the key points in your scouting report, opening with a strike here against Nick Swisher, who is 1 for 1. Swisher hit a bullet down the third baseline in the first inning. Encarnacion came up with it, but his throw was in the dirt at first, and Swisher moved to second on the error. There's strike 2.
All right, now you can open it up here. Swisher, in his career, has been known as a free swinger. He does strike out a lot. Now you have to, this is where your scouting report comes in. What am I going to do with 2 strikes for Nick Swisher?
110 strikeouts this year for Swisher. That leads the Yankees by a mile.
I think you can go up. I think you can go up and away. I think you can go breaking ball down in the dirt if you feel comfortable. You can push him off the plate with a fastball. There's a bunch of different ways that you can go when you get ahead 0-1, 0-2.
The bases are full, and a 1-2 pitch from Cecil, breaking ball, and it's muscled to Hill, and he makes the grab and ends this long inning as Cecil got into a bit of trouble, leaves the bases loaded, and gives up a run. The Yankees are first on the board, 1-0 New York. In today's ball game, a lucky contestant wins a 52-inch Sharp Aquos LCD TV with full array LED backlight and the lowest power consumption of any TV available today. Plus, you get a Blu-ray disc player. Aquos LED, the evolution of LCD TV continues. To enter and find out more, please visit the website hitahomerunwithsharp.ca. And that's exactly what Randy Ruiz did in his first game with the Toronto Blue Jays back on the 11th of August, facing Jabba Chamberlain. And this belt heads for left field, and it is out of here. He is a Yankee killer. 6 home runs this year, 3 of them against the Bronx Bombers.
All solo home runs. One down the right field line, one to left center field, and now a bullet down the left field line off of a breaking ball from Pettit. There's some talk now with the umpires about if that was fair or foul, but from where we were sitting, Jamie, that ball looked clearly like it was fair. Breaking ball, and he dropped some head down the left field line. This one will tell you for sure. Ooh. That one looked like it went around the pole. It looks like they're going to go in and
they're going to review it. Tim Tashita is the crew chief.
We had this in Yankee Stadium. Remember the home run that was hit in Yankee Stadium? Again, this one will tell.
Uh-oh. You know what?
Yeah.
I mean, that tells you. I don't think that was a fair ball.
I don't either. I think that's hands up, and that's a foul ball.
That person there in the front row who deflects the ball away is clearly to the left of the foul pole. As we bring in Sam Cosentino.
Well, guys, it's been a while since we've had one of these here, but what happens is The umpire's clubhouse is located directly across from the visitors' clubhouse, and in between, on the runway up from the dugout, there's a cordoned off area with drapes all around it that's been put in here by Major League Baseball. And the umpires will go into that little booth. We'll shut the curtains around them so that any players, Yankees players walking up that runway towards their clubhouse, can't get in there or find out exactly what's going on. And then obviously from there they'll make their decision. And the three of them will report back out onto the field from there. So it's not a far walk to get there. It's just a matter of how long they need to look at replays before a decision is made.
Sam, do you know if it's like football where there has to be concrete evidence to overturn it?
As far as I know, that's exactly the case, that it has to be concrete evidence and whatever looks that we're able to provide them. And they'll look at several different angles if they are available. And then from there, it has to be concrete evidence back in order to overturn it.
To overturn it, because the call on the field was home run. Now they have to find something that says that ball was foul. And that one shot we had, I don't know where it came from, but the one shot that we had showed that it looked like it went foul.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly inconclusive. It definitely looked. Here's the one that
right
we're talking about. And that ball, it doesn't even pass to the right of the foul pole. So it has to be
all the other looks.
A foul ball.
And from this angle where we were sitting, and we're off to the side a little bit, it looked like it went around the foul pole. It hooked in fair. But that one shot right there looked like it went foul by just a couple of inches.
Now, the use of this technology has been in effect in Major League Baseball for just over a year now. I believe it was Alex Rodriguez, who's playing third base today for the Yankees, who had the first reviewed questionable home run. And so here comes Tashida.
And he's calling it foul.
And he's called it foul.
Well, that's why you have it, to get it right. And that one shot that we had showed that ball was foul. So they got it right.
And now the crowd is just learning this from a big sign posted on the Jumbotron saying the decision is no home run. And you know, when they get home and tune into Sportsnet Connected and see that angle, they'll know that this was the right call. So it's 1-1. That's the count on Ruiz, who has home run number 6 wrestled from him by video review. And we go back to work here with Pettit. Winding and firing down low. A shame for Ruiz, too, because, I mean, he grew up in the Bronx.
Yeah. And you know what's hard is you circle the bases, you get into the dugout, it's called a home run, you're feeling good about yourself, and now you've got to gather yourself. And you got to come back and say, all right, put that one behind me. It is not a home run, it's a foul ball, and now you have to gather yourself and now hit with 2 strikes.
Here's the 2-2 up high. 3-2 on Randy Ruiz, the designated hitter, who's made quite a good first impression with Blue Jay fans. Head at the pitch, and it's dribbled foul.
He gets his bat started. He's strong in the hands. You got a lot of bat waggle. But he's got a quick bat, and when that ball went out of the ballpark, you can see how quick it is, how that ball flies out of here when he meets it.
Here's A-Rod, and he gets Ruiz at the bag. So what looked like a home run is not one. Instead, it's a ground out, 5-3, and there's one away here in the second inning.
That might be the last curveball that Pettit throws. Ruiz also stay right in on his hands with that cutter after he sent that one foul.
Welcome back to Edwin Encarnacion, who gets his first plate appearance in a little while. He was put on the disabled list on the 21st of August with a slight hamstring strain in his left leg. And he takes a strike from Andy Pettit. The Jays have had a host of third basemen since Encarnacion went away, including John McDonald and Jose Bautista.
Encarnacion has some pop in that bat, but I think it's going to take him some time to learn the league. Anytime you change leagues, you got to face all new pitchers and start getting a book on every one of those guys. 26 home runs for the Reds, and he hit a ball in Yankee Stadium off of Mariano Rivera. Remember that one?
I do.
Bombed to center field, so it's in there. Blue Jays and Edwin Encarnacion just have to find it and bring it out on a little bit more consistent basis.
There's little question Jose Bautista has struggled immensely in the last little while. As he gets his first at bat, he's 0 for his last 15. And the average has dropped down to 216. 3 home runs for Bautista this year. All 3 have come against left-handed pitchers. Perhaps that's a harbinger here against Andy Pettitte. Strike 1. Bautista started last year with the Pittsburgh Pirates and was brought over in a trade for catcher Robinson Diaz. And he falls behind in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. Pettitte has 3 straight victories over the Orioles, the Texas Rangers, and the Boston Red Sox. Now, mind you, that start against Boston on the 21st of August, he left the game after 5 innings, leading 15-5. So run support's been an issue. Here he gets the ground ball from Bautista, and he's thrown out. It's a 1-2-3 after Ruiz's apparent home run was apparently foul. So the Yankees have a 1-0 lead. He's one of only 3 active players with at least 2,500 hits and 500 home runs. As Mark Teixeira sends this one into the seats and foul.
Who were the other 2? Gary Sheffield, 2,500 hits and 500 home runs. That is impressive. Ken Griffey Jr., the other one.
So Jim Thome doesn't have 2,500 hits.
I bet you he's close.
Manny Ramirez doesn't have 25 hits. That one catches me by surprise.
The 2,500 hits, they've been around forever, those guys.
Yeah. I'm surprised at that. Here's Teixeira. Breaking ball in. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Frank Thomas, I thought, would be on that list with
he's
500 home runs.
He's not active.
Oh, it said active?
Active
Oh,
players.
my bad.
Yeah, that's okay.
I failed reading.
You've been away for a while.
There's a good pitch from Brett Cecil. He set him up with some hard stuff. What's that?
You failed reading?
I failed reading. I didn't read that.
Good thing you were a baseball player.
That's right. But he finished him off with a good changeup. Picks up his 3rd strikeout.
Here is Rodriguez, who struck out in the 1st inning. And Cecil's first pitch is high and inside, 1-0. So Mark McGwire is 8th all-time with 583 home runs. Rodriguez now 6 in arrears. Good change of speeds there from Brett Cecil, 1-1.
He just loves hitting here at Rogers Center. There are certain parts where you just feel more comfortable. For some reason, you just see the ball better. He has hit 32 home runs now here at Rogers Center.
In the air, right field. Bautista is there. And there are 2 gone here in the 3rd inning. And perhaps Brett Cecil was listening to some of the things you were saying earlier.
Fastballs early in the count. He's mixed in a couple of changeups this inning. It's so much easier to pitch when you get ahead strike 1. It's also harder to hit when you are in the hole 0-1.
Jorge Posada grabs a little dirt. Rubs it into his hands. No batting gloves necessary for Posada. And the first one is flared beyond second. Hill makes the grab, and that's a quick and easy inning for Brett Cecil. When we come back, John McDonald leads off for the Blue Jays. Okay, now listen, I've got 2 young kids, and I must confess, I've never heard of the Wiggles. I'm assuming that's a kid's show. Because I don't think they're opening for U2.
I think it's time to get some tickets, big man, and go find out.
You know who the Wiggles are.
I've heard of them.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, you have kids, young kids like I do. As John McDonald, father of Jacqueline, who just turned one about a month and a half ago, stands in against Andy Pettit. McDonald, the left fielder today. It's odd to have to say that.
Well, he does such a good job in the infield. I saw that double play he turned down in Texas when he was at third base. And just to get to the ball was something special. And then the ball went around the infield for a double play.
He pops this one up into short center field. In comes Cabrera, and he makes the grab. Let's bring in Sam Cosentino.
Well, the genesis of John McDonald playing left field about a week or so ago, he went to Cito Gaston and said, hey, how would you give me a tryout there? You go back to last homestand, was actually taking fly balls there in batting practice. Because in the most recent road trip, he was playing every day. He didn't get the opportunity to get out there and take fly balls in left field. He did so yesterday. And John McDonald, that may not be the last time we get to see him in left field here, as Cito Gaston may use him there more often, make him a little more marketable going into his free agent offseason.
That is true. And McDonald played there for 2 innings on the 17th of July when David DeLucci took a pitch off the foot against the Boston Red Sox. But he never caught a ball. In 2 innings, the ball was never hit in his direction.
That is really hard to do. To go from the infield and then play in the outfield. The ball does weird things when you're out there. I mean, you're usually looking straight down on those ground balls, right? And you're moving in a different way. Now in the outfield, you're braking faster, you're running longer. You have to sprint.
Here's a line shot to left for Chavez, and he's got a base hit with 1 out.
Stay hot. Chavez with 3 hits the other day. Starts off this afternoon with the Jays' first hit. He can handle that high fastball. He can handle it out in front of him also. Rips it in the left field for the Jays' first base hit. And just their second base runner.
Marcos Scutaro comes back. He walked in the first and was forced out on a fielder's choice. The pitch is low from Pettit. Are we looking at a future Hall of Famer on the mound here today, Pat, or are we looking at one of those guys who's going to cause voters to scratch their heads, dig out their pencils, fire up the calculators, and try and figure out, is he worthy?
I think the latter. I think, is he worthy? You know what's going to come into effect also? 2-0 right there is. You look at some of the guys who are not in. Burt Blylev and Jack Morris, people like that, they're going to say, I think, Randy Pettit, well, he pitched in New York on great teams. Mm-hmm. He should be good.
Right.
You know, will that work against him when it's all said and done?
He did spend 21 seasons.
Yep.
Never won a major award. Never won a Cy Young award.
Finished second to Pat Henkin.
Yes.
In the Cy Young back in 1996.
And as Scott Carson just reminded me, an admitted user of HGH, which actually won over a lot of people by having Pettit come clean and be honest about it as he throws over to check Chavez. In a game that is seemingly, peppered with guys who deny, even though there is some evidence to suggest otherwise. Pettit said, yes, I did, and here's why, and I apologize.
Case closed.
Case closed.
Well, coming into this game, 227 wins for Andy Pettitte. I think you have to get 300. That's a lot more wins. A lot more seasons, at least 4.
So 300 for Pettitte is necessary. Pedro Martinez wouldn't need 300 and probably won't end up with 300, but he's got all the Cy Youngs and the 3,000 strikeouts
right.
and the levels that are Hall of Fame worthy as this ball flied to left field. Hairston Jr. right there at the rail, and he pulls it down for the catch.
That's the first thing you look at is numbers. And for hitters, it's 500 home runs, 300 career batting average, the RBIs. Pitchers, it's 300 wins, 3,000 strikeouts. But also, did you dominate in your era? When you pitched at the peak of your career, did you dominate? I think Andy Pettitte has been very, very good.
But not dominant.
But I would not say dominant. He's been great in the playoffs. He's had great playoff numbers. And his numbers are very good, but I wouldn't say he's Pedro Martinez 25-3 type of seasons.
Hill pops out, and Pettitte walks off. He's saying something to somebody. He and the Yankees have a 1-0 lead. $900 smartphone from Rogers at any wireless Wave T-Booth retail location throughout Canada.
They had to come to Toronto for this weekend. It's Labor Day weekend, right?
It is Labor Day weekend.
We got
day game on Monday.
Beautiful.
Great to see the tabulators in the ballpark.
They made the drive in last night.
The tabby cats. And the family's getting bigger and bigger, too.
Yes.
You've got, like, son-in-laws entering the fray and
grandkids
coming. Ouch. Here is Robinson Cano. He'll be followed by Jerry Hairston Jr. and then Melky Cabrera in the 4th inning. And Cano hits it high and deep to right field. Bautista turns his back and it's gone. Nice catch made in the bullpen. A home run for Cano, and the Yankees lead is 2-0.
Home run number 23 on the season for Cano, and what a year he is having. That's his 91st run scored, hitting over 300. And he recognizes something from Cecil, that he was around the plate early that last inning when he had his first 1-2-3 inning, not wasting any time, getting the head out on that one. The head of the bat for his 23rd home run.
So here's Jerry Hairston Jr. And New York's lead now 2-0.
home run has played such a big part of the offense for the Yankees this year.
This is line to left, and John McDonald makes a nice play.
Hey, if you're a good athlete, you can play anywhere, right?
Yep.
Ball hit hard at McDonald. He turns quickly.
Still, that's a whole lot different than, a ground ball in the hole at short.
Look at the size of the glove that he's using. A lot different.
A bigger mitt.
We'll have to find out whose name is on that glove, because that certainly is not his infield glove.
Here's Melky Cabrera now. So the Yankees now have hit 211 home runs this year.
They are on pace for 254 home runs, which would be a team record. Just a few years ago, back in 2004, is when they set the record for most home runs. I mean, you think of Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Mickey Mantle, Murderers Row, the whole thing. Right in the thigh. 242 home runs hit in 2004. That's the team record.
Well, there's no question you could hear Melky Cabrera. Listen to this.
Was he yelling before he got hit?
Was that Melky? Sounded like him.
Bobby Abreu used to do that. If you throw an up and in, he's yelling before he gets hit. Hit him in a good spot, though.
Well, if we're keeping count in this series, I think it's New York 5, Toronto 1 now in terms of hits batsmen. Not that we're keeping score.
Yeah. That is the 5th hit batter.
Pat, I know you like to send me on assignment. You look at John McDonald's glove and the catch he was able to make on Hairston, and in fact, it is indeed his own glove. He uses a newer glove for third base, which he used last night. It's the same model as his shortstop glove, but not quite as shrunken down because it's used less. And he, in fact, has an outfielder's glove that's his own, ordered by himself for situations such as these.
Well, thank you, Sam.
Excellent.
What, did you walk out? Excuse me, did you walk out there to left field while Cabrera was trotting down to first or
very
something?
Impressive.
Jeez.
You guys ask, you shall receive.
Starting to get to be like Ben Zobrist. Tampa Bay, he's got about 5 different types of infield gloves.
Sam is our fixer. He's like Michael Clayton.
Just throw it out there.
You need it done? Ask Sam. One and one on Eric Hinsky here. Chavez sneaks outside. The breaking ball comes over the plate low, and it's 2-1. Fly ball right field. Well hit, but it stays in the park for Bautista. Looks like Hinsky got under it just a little too much.
Yeah, he is so strong, Eric Hinsky. And his swing is not a swing where you just use hands and you create bat speed. It's more of arms and strength. That time he just couldn't get all of it and hit a long fly ball. Now, if he's at Yankee Stadium, that ball's out of the ballpark. That's in the second deck at Yankee Stadium. The way it flies out the right field, but not today. It's just a long out.
Back comes Derek Jeter. Or as Bob Shepard liked to say at old Yankee Stadium, number 2, Derek Jeter.
And still does. They have the tape. They play that tape every time because he wants him to announce his name when he comes to the plate.
This one up the middle, a base hit for Jeter. And so he's got 2,714 of those in his Hall of Fame career. He is closing in on Lou Gehrig right now. Just 7 more to go to tie the Iron Horse
for the most hits in franchise history. Think about that. All the great hitters, players that they have had over the years, it's going to be Derek Jeter. And I read an article about him the other day, and he is serious. He wants to put some pressure on Pete Rose for the most hits all time. All time. 35 years old, and he is about 1,500 hits away. So if you do the math, he's going to have to play into his mid-40s to break the record of Pete Rose.
Because at his pace, he would likely hit 3,000 in about the middle of 2011.
Right.
Well, nice to have a goal.
Sure. I mean, that's what sets the great ones apart, that you put that out there for them and they strive to get there. They asked Bobby Cox the other day about Derek Jeter, and he says there's 2 players, 2 athletes that I respect and I like watching. One of them is Tiger Woods, and the other one is Derek Jeter. The way he handles himself during the game, in his interviews, off the field, the way he plays the game, how he respects it, respects the history of the game. He just gets it.
This one popped up, and it drifts beyond the dugout. In fact, it smacks the roof of that dugout and bounces into the stands. I recall when the countdown was on to the end of Old Yankee Stadium, and Derek Jeter made it clear to the media that he was going to take something away from the old ballpark, but he wasn't telling anybody what it was. And it was this sign that hung over the tunnel heading down into the Yankee dugout, and it was a quote of, I believe, Joe DiMaggio's. And the quote was something to the effect of, "Thank God I'm a Yankee." I don't know the exact quote. And every player who wore the pinstripes for the Yankees for decades at that stadium saw that sign, and that was the thing that he had taken off the wall when they closed up the old building.
As you make your way from the clubhouse to
the clubhouse to the field.
To the field.
You pass underneath that sign.
Do you remember the sign that was at the media elevators of Joe DiMaggio? Remember him standing on the field?
Yes.
I wish I could have stolen that one. I wanted that one.
Should have.
It's beautiful. A little black and white picture.
There's a strike. Swisher backtracks, thinking he might have had a free pass. So there are your base runners, with Jeter at first and Cabrera at second. They'll get a head start here on 3-2, 2 down in the inning. 2-0 New York on the home run by Robinson Cano. As Cecil looks in, gets his sign from Chavez, and here we go. The runners break. It's grounded to third, picked up by Encarnacion, and he throws out Swisher to end the top of the 4th. But Cano goes deep, and the Yankees lead the Blue Jays 2-0. You're watching Blue Jays baseball on Rogers Sportsnet. American League East, the Yankees with the best record in the major leagues. Andy Pettitte against Vernon Wells, Kevin Millar, and Randy Ruiz here in the Jays half of the fourth. We've talked at length in the last several years about how important it is to put together win streaks if you have any intention of being in postseason baseball.
Prolonged win streaks.
Prolonged, not two and three games. This one lined to left field, and here goes Hairston Jr. to make the catch. That drops into his mitt for the first out. Yeah, prolonged, lengthy 7, 8, 9 game win streaks. Well, the Blue Jays have a 4-game win streak. That's their best run all year long, whereas the Yankees have compiled 5 winning streaks of at least 7
games. And that's why, since the All-Star break, they have the best record in baseball. I mean, they have taken off since the All-Star break in all facets of the game. And you're right. You have to put together those consistent winning streaks. 5 of them of at least 7 games. Very impressive. And it starts by getting good starting pitching. You have to get that good, consistent starting pitching night in and night out. And that's what the Yankees have gotten.
Here's Kevin Millar facing Andy Pettitte,
who is on a win streak himself.
Yes, he is. He just fooled Millar. Down he goes. Strikeout number 3 for the veteran left-hander.
Second time that he has gotten Millar. That one's with a changeup. You don't see a lot of changeups from Pettitte, but he really pulls the string on Millar for the strikeout. We were talking about him on a win streak. The last time he lost was July the 25th versus the Oakland Athletics. And he is coming off a month when he was undefeated, and we touched on it a little bit how impressive he was in August, but that is really nothing new. He's got one of the best winning percentages in the month of August. He is 50-19 in his career in the month of August.
He's talking to himself as he faces Randy Ruiz. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ruiz for about 4 minutes had a home run in this ball game. That was in the 2nd inning, but it was called back after a review showed that it actually fell to the left of the foul pole in left field. So the Blue Jays are looking for their first run, and they might get it here. Ruiz makes no mistake this time. Hello, Randy Ruiz. That has to feel good.
Yeah, especially after you think you have one your first time up and you have to come back and you make an out. You hit a weak ground ball to the third baseman. Now your second time up, you extend through the ball. Down and in, watch the head of the bat just come through that zone and rip it to left field. So he does have his home run. No doubt about that line drive to left field.
Somebody down in the front row, I don't know if you heard that, just yelled out, check the replay.
Nothing to check there.
Wisecracking audience. As Encarnacion steps in, he's 0 for 1. So the Blue Jays hit the board here. It's 2-1 now in favor of the Yankees. Three balls, no strikes. And a strike delivered. Ball 4. 2 quick outs in the 4th, then the home run surrender to Ruiz. Now a walk to Encarnacion. And Pettit is going to face Jose Bautista, who's in an 0 for 16 slide. He's due. Ball 1. Here comes Posada.
Are you surprised that they are holding the runner on at first base with 2 outs? When a batter is struggling the way that Bautista is, an easy way to help him out is just shoot a ball through the right side. Ruiz really not a threat to steal. I think Pettit's move would negate a jump. I'd be worried about that right side right now, slamming a ball over there. You can't really see Cano, but he is really shading. There he is, shading towards the bag at second base. So there's a hole big enough to drive a couple of semis through on the right side.
Well, he's missing. It's now 3-0. And perhaps, Pat, that home run by Ruiz might have rattled the veteran a little bit. He's walked Encarnacion. He's 3-0 right now on a struggling Jose Bautista. Here's a man at the plate having a tough time getting hits lately. And he just drew a 4-pitch walk.
Walks have been a problem for Pettit. We talk about Halladay having the fewest walks per 9 innings in the American League. Andy Pettit now has walked 3 more batters, so 62 base on balls this year. And that puts him in the top 10. In the American League, A.J. Burnett leads the American League with 82 base on balls.
Brings up John McDonald.
Now you got to make it hurt right here. You got him on, now you got to get him in somehow.
There's a strike. Now, with Bautista up, and Bautista has power in his bat, Posada went out there to talk to Pettit. I wonder if they pitched around Bautista knowing that Johnny Mack was on deck. And here's a guy who had 7 hits on the road trip through Boston and Texas.
I don't think so, because if you pitch around him, then you put the tying run in scoring position. I think they went out there and talked to him and said, okay, here's what we want to do against Bautista. I don't think you ever want to pitch around somebody to put the tying or the go-ahead run right in the scoring position when they can score on a single.
Oh, 0-2 on McDonald. And it's rolled foul.
You know, and if there is a base hit into the outfield, it's going to be hard for Encarnacion to score. They have really shallowed up against Johnny Mack, the outfield I'm talking about. There are some good throwing arms out there. Cabrera's got one of the best in center field. Hairston is shallow in left field.
0-2, and it's a flare out toward right. Cano is out there, and it bobbles away from him. Takes a wicked bounce. Here's Encarnacion. Here's the throw to the plate, and Bautista's thrown out. He thinks he might have come in under the tag of Posada, but he's called out by Tim Tashida. However, Encarnacion comes in ahead of him, and the Blue Jays pick up the tying run.
Even with the outfield shallow like that, McDonald could dump it right in front of Hitsky, and he kicks it into short right field. What a throw by Cano to go back and deliver a strike to Posada, who comes back for the tag. We'll take a look at it when we get back. Posada up the plate. He's got to go and get it. When he dives back, look where he tags him, just above the elbow. Bautista is claiming that he is able to get that left hand under the tag and on the plate before he is tagged by Posada. But Tim Cheetah, the crew chief, right on top of that one, signals that he is out. It's just a good play by Cano, the second baseman, and the two walks do come back to hurt Pettit.
Let's get downstairs again and bring in Sam Cosentino.
Well, guys, it appeared to me as if there was some miscommunication there, because after the play had ended and everyone was walking back to the dugout, you saw Nick Leyva and Jose Bautista kind of look at each other as to who had the call there in Bautista going home. So it'll be interesting to find out after the game what exactly happened there.
So the question, I guess, is, did Bautista run through the sign at third?
No, he didn't run through the sign.
I didn't notice.
I watched Leyva. He signaled him home. He was waving his arm home.
Well, the Blue Jays pick up 2 in the bottom of the fourth, and they tied it 2 as Cecil goes back to work. He's got Mark Teixeira, who pounds this to left field, and you can kiss that one goodbye.
Home
the
run.
lead belongs to the Yankees again.
Yeah, it just took 2 pitches. After the Blue Jays fight to tie it at 2 pitches later, Teixeira leans on it, and it's home run number 33. He has hit some big home runs already for the Yankees, and if you throw a breaking ball into the middle of the plate, Teixeira waggles and then gets everything behind it. Muscles it into left field.
New York back on top as Teixeira connects for his 33rd home run of the season. Rodriguez now. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Three and one, and Sam brought up Bautista and Leyva, and perhaps a little bit of miscommunication, and that reaction tells you something. He's obviously a little disenchanted with the call at home plate.
Feels like he was safe. That's what he asked him.
Fouled back by A-Rod. Cecil's given up 2 home runs now in this game. A solo shot last inning to Robinson Cano, and Mark Teixeira to lead off here. As he throws the 3-2 pitch to Rodriguez, And it's nubbed foul. And Rodriguez has decided he doesn't need his sunglasses from here on in. Drives it right up the middle, and he's got a base hit. Maybe he's simply seeing the ball now that he doesn't need his shades.
That might get some action in the bullpen. Nobody out, the home run, and then the single.
A sun-drenched crowd on hand today at Rogers Center for Game 3 between the Yankees and the Blue Jays. Each team has won once. New York in the opener 10-5, defeating a left-handed starter in Ricky Romero. Last night, a gem tossed by Roy Halladay, his 14th win of the season. A complete game, one hitter. Do you remember the last time the Yankees were no hit?
I wanted to do some homework on that, Jamie, because I was watching the game yesterday and I saw the first inning. Halladay struck out Damon and he struck out Teixeira on breaking balls, and I'm like, uh-oh, he's got something special tonight. And it made me start thinking, well, when was the last time the Yankees were no hit? And I did. I found out. It took 7 pitchers, I think. And you probably remember it at home the last time the Yankees were no hit. It was an interleague play at Yankee Stadium by the Houston Astros.
Yep, the Houston Astros. As Posada goes down, and there's the first out in the 5th inning. Houston used 6 pitchers to combine on a no-hitter on June 11, 2003. In a game started by Roy Oswalt and finished by, among others, XJ Pete Monroe, Kirk Saarloos, Brad Lidge, Octavio Dotel, and Billy Wagner.
How about the last 3 guys?
Pretty good guys,
you mentioned there. Dotel, Lidge, and then Wagner, all of them throwing about 95 or 96.
Now, the last no-hitter thrown by a Yankee was thrown by a gentleman sitting about 15 feet to our right, and he's now providing analysis on Yankee television broadcast. David Cohn, back in 1999, he no-hit the Montreal Expos.
Was that his perfect game?
Yes, it was. And now he's watching the game from on high. It looks so different from up here, doesn't it, Pat?
Well, the game
That's what they all say.
It looks so easy. The farther away you get from the dirt, the easier it is.
Here's a souvenir for somebody behind third base here at Rogers Center. Cano is 2 for 2. He's singled to center field. Hit his 23rd home run of the year to right.
Chavez had a long look into the dugout with Rodriguez at first base. A-Rod is not the threat to steal like he was when he was younger. The injury to his hip, he had surgery at the beginning of the year. He's not running like he did. So he's trying to play this game with Cecil, trying to break his concentration. You see him trying to deke him.
There he goes. Chavez has a strong arm and doesn't get it to the bag in time as Rodriguez steals the base. He's into double digits. That's his 10th of the year.
But he doesn't run like he did before, and he's going to go on first movement. He drew a throw early in this at bat. Just kind of playing around, kind of faking like he was going. and then got out there and went on first movement from Cecil and steals it.
Strike two. There is an arm warming in the Blue Jays bullpen as Cecil, here in the 5th inning, nears 100 pitches. And that arm is right-hander Casey Jansen. Fouled away by Cano, and I think we touched on this early on in the ball game, Pat. The Yankees have for so long been so good at grinding out the at-bats, making you work, making you throw a lot of pitches. And here we are with one out in the 5th inning, and Brett Cecil is 3 pitches away from throwing his 100th of the game.
So if you know that, why not just be aggressive, aggressive, aggressive all the time? If you get hit, you get hit. Tim Cheetah's trying to move the game along. Batters keep stepping out, taking their time. But you're right, 97 pitches into the 5th inning.
And as Boston closer Jonathan Papelbon found out recently, you can get fined for taking your sweet time on the mound.
$5,000 it cost him. Says he's paid about $10,000 in fines already this year for
slow play.
For slow play. He's got to figure out a way to get left-handed batters out here, especially in scoring position.
Oh, this one sails into center field, and Marcos Scutero put a bit of a deke there on Alex Rodriguez, preventing him from perhaps charging for third.
Chavez put that play on before the pitch, ducking behind Rodriguez. I don't think they would have had him if the throw was on line. No harm, no foul. As the ball went into center field, nobody could advance.
And that's the end of the line for Brett Cecil today in his 16th start of the year. It doesn't last very long. Here comes Casey Jansen. Out of market game on your computer with MLB.tv for only $19.95. That's the deal now as well. Think about MLB at Bat app, where you get live baseball on your iPhone or iPod Touch. For more information, please go to BlueJays.com, where baseball is always on. And it's on here today with the air show overhead. Brett Cecil will take a break and watch from here on in as Casey Janssen replaces him in the 5th inning. Cecil lasting 4 1/3 and leaves with 2 men on for the Yankees and a 3-2 New York lead.
This is his 10th game since his return from Vegas. He has allowed 4 earned runs in that time. Looking for some middle relief now.
Jansen last appeared on Wednesday in the 6-4 loss to the Texas Rangers. The bullpen is refreshed after Roy Halladay went the distance last night.
They got some reinforcements when September 1st came around. Ryan Wolf and Dirk Hayhurst have come up to help out that bullpen, who has pitched a lot of innings this year. Just 33 save opportunities for the Blue Jays, which is the lowest amount in the American League. One of those saves was by this man right here, Casey Janssen. Picked up the save against the Angels.
This is a ground ball for Scudero, and he throws to second, but no throw from Hill to first as Hairston Jr.'s on with a fielder's choice.
Guys, on the topic of ads, you look at the New York Yankees today added Josh Towers to the roster, called up from Scranton, and because he was not on the 40-man roster, another former XJ, Kevin Cash, was taken off the 40-man roster for the Yankees. Towers was to arrive at some point during today's game.
We'll keep an eye out for him. A very recognizable figure around these parts after Towers pitched in the rotation just a few years back. And there he is.
Found him.
A welcome sight. Always a good guy.
I thought we would see him in New York.
Yep.
But they went out, the Yankees did, and got Chad Godin. And
he was actually promoted from AAA, but then they, as you say, they picked up Godin and then they sent him right back.
Right back. So, and that was the day we got there. The last trip in August.
Ball 1 to Melky Cabrera. Runners on the corners here for the Yankees. Hairston at first. Rodriguez at third. 3-2 New York in the top of the 5th inning. Here's Millar. That's the out, and that's the half inning as the Yankees regain the lead on Teixeira's 33rd home run of the year, and it's 3-2 New York. Today with Pat Tabler and Sam Cosentino. Brett Cecil goes 4 1/3 in his 16th start of the year. The 23-year-old rookie from the state of Maryland made a few mistakes along the way through 99 pitches, but all of this is part of a learning experience for young arms like Brett Cecil, while veteran Andy Pettitte continues to twirl for the Yankees. And he's got the number 9 hitter, Raul Chavez, here in the bottom of the 5th inning. It'll be Chavez, Scutaro, and Hill for the Blue Jays. Chavez is fresh from his first 3-hit game since the 2005 season when he was playing for the Houston Astros. He had 3 hits against the Yankees in the opener on Thursday night. Behind here 0-2. And that one just misses him. 1 ball and 2 strikes on the backup catcher. Rod Barajas gets the day off today on his 34th birthday. As Pettitte throws down low, 3-2. So we wish Rod a happy birthday today. Part of a big crowd here today. 31,295 is the paid attendance, as Chavez gives one of them a souvenir. So an increase by almost 10,000 people over Roy Halladay's start last night. Great day to come to the ballpark on a brilliant, sunny afternoon with the air show going on overhead. There's ball 4. Chavez draws a walk.
Good at bat. He fell behind 0-2 to Pettitte. Did you see him choke up on the bat and then really cut his swing down and track the ball a long way against Andy Pettitte, and works a leadoff walk here in the 5th inning.
So he's made it on base twice after a single in the 3rd inning, and Marco Scutaro is the hitter now. Andy Pettitte works from the stretch. Scutaro steps up 0 for 1.
He is among the league leaders in the American League in pitches per plate appearance is Marco Scutaro,
who shows bunt.
I think he was taking all the way. I think he was just putting that in the minds of the infielders of the Yankees and to Andy Pettitte. Put that in his mind, and maybe he can get himself a pitch to really rip here at 1-0.
One and one. The lead man at first in Chavez, held on by Nick Swisher. 1 ball and 1 strike on Marco Scutaro. Pettitte to the plate. He rolls it down the first baseline. Time for Swisher to go to second. They get the force, and Scutaro trades places with Chavez.
That's why I thought it was just a decoy to try and set something else up in the at-bat because of the lack of speed that is on first base. If you bunt the ball too hard, this is what's going to happen. Swisher a heads-up play, gets that lead runner in Chavez. There will be a fielder's choice out for Marco Scutaro.
Here's Aaron Hill again. He's 0 for 2, striking out and popping out. Hill will likely miss the upcoming series in New York. It's a short one of 2 games, September 15 and 16, to be with his wife Lindsay as they welcome their first daughter. As he rolls that one back to Pettit, he throws to second, and Jeter isn't there yet, so Scudero's safe.
Communication problems in the middle of the diamond between Derek Jeter and Robinson Cano. Before a pitch is thrown, one of the middle infielders will go to the pitcher and tell him, hey, I've got second base on a comebacker. Pettit thought it was Jeter. Jeter thought it was Cano. Aggressively tries to get the runner again at the middle of the diamond. Jeter's anticipating Cano to get there, and everybody is safe.
Isn't that communication established, or should be established, once a guy ends up at first base? And you see this routinely when we show close-ups of the pitchers where they signal one of the middle infielders.
Right. Well, remember who was hitting? Aaron Hill was hitting. The hitter before was Scudero, and I'll bet you Derek Jeter was going to cover on a comebacker with Scudero at the plate. But then when there's more of a power hitter, more of a pull hitter, somebody didn't get the memo that they had switched around on who was covering on a comebacker.
It goes as a fielder's choice. Put Hill at first, Scudero at second. 1 out, a 3-2 Yankee lead, and Vernon Wells hitting in the 3 spot today.
It has not been, to this point, a clean, crisp game by either teams. Vernon Wells looking to drive in a run, something that he has had trouble doing here in this situation this season. We've seen a lot of walks, plays messed up on the infield, and a lot of pitches.
And 3-0 right now. Pettit in some trouble here against Wells.
For the most part, Andy Pettit has been tough when runners get on. Scoring position, that batting average goes down to 223 against Pettit. He finds a way, and it looks like he's going to get out of it as Wells swings on the 3-0 pitch.
He pops out. Boy, it has gone that way for Vernon Wells this year with runners in scoring position.
Cito Gaston gives him the green light, 3-0 against Pettit. And in his career, he's a .372 hitter against Andy Pettit. A home run and 4 RBIs, but he skies that one for the second out.
It's been a head-shaking season for Wells. He'll ponder much of what he's endured this year in the offseason. And Blue Jay fans can only hope that come 2010 he gets back to being the type of hitter they've seen in the past. A guy who hits for average and hits for power as Millar rips that into the seats and out of play.
Dominant and productive.
If you check sportsnet.ca, you can see Scott Carson's latest column, which essentially deals with everything that ails Vernon Wells this year. It's really hard to figure because he's multi-talented. Broken bat flare out to left. Jeter's got time to cover it, and he gives way to Hairston Jr. And that's it for the Jays. An opportunity here in the 5th goes to waste against Andy Pettit, with the Yankees on top by 1. Aquos LED, the evolution of LCD TV continues. To enter and find out more, please visit hitahomerunwithsharp.ca.
I like the person's chance because Randy Ruiz will lead off next inning, and he's already homered 1.5 times today.
And if you're thinking, what on earth is Tabler talking about? Because you've joined us late. It's a glorious day. You've been outside doing yard work and stuff like that. Well, Ruiz came up in the second inning and hit a home run right down the left field line, one that was at least called a home run by Jeff Nelson, the third base umpire. However, a review about 5 minutes later showed that the ball in fact went foul. It was called off, and what did he do? Came back in his next at bat and hit one to center field. Casey Jansen on the mound, breaking ball in on Eric Hinske. Brett Cecil is the pitcher of record today as he starts, throws 99 pitches, goes 4 1/3 against the Yankees, allowing 3 earned runs. Eric Hinske with a glorious chance here to get back to the World Series. And if he does it, it'll be with the third different team in 3 straight years.
It's been kind of like a good luck charm for the last few World Series teams. And that hasn't happened since the 80s, where a player has played on 3 straight World Series teams.
And who was that player?
That would be Don Baylor. Don Baylor played for Minnesota, Boston, and the Oakland A's.
So Boston in '86, the Twins in '87, and the A's in '88. Here's the 2-2. Jansen tried to backdoor the breaking ball, and the count is full. As Hinske goes, it was Boston in '07 when they won, Tampa Bay last year when they lost. And who knows what awaits the Yankees in the postseason in 2009 as Hinske has a base hit to right field. There is only one more Junior Jays Saturday left, presented by At My Best, and it is also presented by the Toronto Star. And that day is Saturday, September the 26th, when the Seattle Mariners are here. Take part in all kinds of activities outside the building before the game, and then afterward they rope off some of the areas around the dugouts, and kids come out there and storm around the bases. As Derek Jeter steps up, takes strike 1 from Casey Jansen. Pat, I flipped open the Toronto Sun this morning and saw that Bob Elliott had suggested that Derek Jeter, at least in his opinion, is on his way to winning his first ever American League MVP award.
I cannot disagree with him. I like all the intangibles that Jeter has brought to the table this year. Strike 2 on that check swing.
I mean, you've got Joe Mauer putting up great numbers in Minnesota. You've got Mark Teixeira on his own team, who has to be considered.
Fantastic.
But I guess it's not all about hitting, 35, 40 home runs and driving in 120 anymore.
Playing a premier position, shortstop on the best team in the American League. The outright leader of this team. I mean, he sets the tone, I think, for the New York Yankees in his presence and the way he plays the game. I think there's numbers and votes that'll go to that.
And he's up there in some of the categories that aren't as glamorous as home runs and RBIs. Like, for example, hits, total hits, 179 total base hits, second in the American League only to Ichiro Suzuki.
How about 330?
Hitting,
330.
Hitting 330.
Where does that place him in the top 10?
Around 4th. Mauer's running away with that category. He's up there at 366 to start the day.
Jeter started 5th in the American League. Got 330 behind Bartlett, Cabrera, Suzuki, and Mauer.
He's top 10 in on-base percentage.
Base percentage. How about run scored? 95 runs scored, which places him tied for third in the American League.
So a claim can be made.
And playing a great shortstop.
Big cut there, and he goes down swinging. Jeter strikes out.
Up the ladder with one of those backup breaking balls from Jansen, and he picks up his first strikeout. I think MVP awards are won in September. Anyone who has a big September on good teams, and they've been there all year, that's when you can take it. Justin Morneau comes to mind a few years ago where he took it from Jeter with a big September.
Morneau pretty well lost the MVP last year. Lost it in September. He hit like 212 or something like that.
So that's why it's going to be fun to watch the last 4 weeks or so of the season. Teams that are scrambling to get into the playoffs, players who are trying to win awards.
The Blue Jays pen is busy again. Brandon League on the left. Jesse Carlson on the right. Casey Jansen on the hill, 1-1. Nick Swisher at the plate, fouls it back. Swisher's dad played with Pat way back when.
And coached.
Did you play with Steve Swisher with the Cubs?
Yep, with the Cubs. And then he was a coach in Cleveland.
Here we are, witness to the inaction of baseball.
Another 3-2 count. Jansen is ready. He's on the mound. Gave up a 3-2 hit to Hinsky.
Ball 4. You lose Nick Swisher, and that means you've got to face Mark Teixeira, who spins around and hits now from the left side. His home run in the 5th came off of Brett Cecil, hitting from the other side of the plate, number 33 this year. He's got 2 men on here. Top of the 6th inning. And just 1 away after Jansen struck out Derek Jeter.
When you watch switch hitters hit, most of them have the same kind of swing from the left side as they do from the right side. Pete Rose comes to mind, Eddie Murray, all of them. Teixeira is a little bit different than switch hitters that you have seen. He's more of a hands hitter from the left side, more home runs from that side. Right-handed, he's more of a body or an arms type of swinger where he falls back when he swings to hit that home run that we saw. very effective, obviously, from both sides when you look at the numbers together. But his swing changes ever so slightly from the left side to the right side. Left-handed, he's hitting .265, right-handed .313 coming into this game, and the power, because he has more at-bats from the left side. The home run that he hit batting right-handed was just his 8th of the season.
Jansen bounces it in front of Chavez. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
He has got to be able to finish off these big hitters. When you come out of the bullpen and you're throwing strikes, he hasn't had trouble getting ahead of hitters. He has had trouble finishing them off this afternoon. And now a 2-2 count. You don't want to go 3-2 again.
Oh my, what an effort there from Teixeira, who was clearly fooled by the pitch from Jansen. To swing or not to swing, and he's down on strikes.
Soft stuff away. We saw it from Halladay when he got Teixeira a couple of times in last night's game, and now a check swing on a 2-2 curveball on the outer half gets Mark Teixeira.
Indecision costs him. He's the second out. Alex Rodriguez is the batter now. And Rodriguez is 1 for 3 at the plate. Jansen has 2 on here. Swisher and Hinske are aboard. A-Rod hit his 24th home run of the year in the opener Thursday against Jason Frazier. He takes that for ball 1, although that looked like a very good pitch from Jansen. Maybe a little too high for Tim Techida's liking.
You know, and if you don't throw consistent strikes, which is something that we haven't seen here, you are not going to get those borderline calls from the umpire.
Right up the middle, and that almost takes Jansen out. As Hinske is waved home, he scores an RBI single for Rodriguez. It's 4-2 New York.
He has loved hitting here at Rogers Center and driving in runs, and this one almost knocked Casey Jansen out of the ballgame, right back through the box. He's got a duck out of the way. No chance for Vernon Wells to throw out Hinske at the plate. He has driven in 149 runs now against the Blue Jays alone, most all time.
Well, still 2 on, and Posada takes Rodriguez's place at the plate. And our producer Jeff Mather's telling me that ball may actually have hit Jansen. You be the judge. Well, it looks like it was redirected. Maybe touched him in the backside. 2-0.
You start walking guys, and you have to face the middle of the Yankee lineup with runners on base. You're just asking for trouble. Cito Gaston knows that. He has coached, managed teams just like the Yankee offense, where he knows you give him just a little bit of an opening. You walk a guy, you give up a hit to the leadoff batter, the number 9 hitter, and it just sets up the whole inning. And now you have your big thumpers coming up with guys on base, and that's what they are paid to do, drive in big runs. Posada has had a very good road trip for the Yankees. He has hit 3 home runs already and driven in 7 runs. Up there again with a chance to drive in some more. The home runs that he has hit on the road have been 18, 19, and 20. 20 home runs now, 70 driven in for Jorge Posada. Last year they were saying, hey, his career is over. He had the shoulder surgery, wasn't throwing, missed a lot of time, but he has come back with a very, very solid season. Joe Mauer comes to mind for catchers that have hit 20 home runs.
Runners go, and it's hit to right field, and that's a base hit. Posada. Here's Swisher. He's in to score. And the Yankees extend their lead. It's now 5-2.
They smell blood in the water, don't they? The Yankees, the veterans, they just have a feel. Another 3-2 count from Jansen starts the runners, and it's another RBI single for Posada, RBI number 71. And with that hit into right field, that sends A-Rod to third. It's going to send Casey Jansen to the showers, and Jesse Carlson's going to take his place. Yankees have scored 2. They're not done yet. Still up now, 5-2.
Call this one a tough day at the office for Casey Jansen, whose brief time comes to an end in relief of Brett Cecil. Cito Gaston has to go to the bullpen and get the left-hander Jesse Carlson. Robinson Cano, the batter, grounds the first pitch to Scudero, who goes across the diamond and gets him by a step. And this 6th inning, from a Yankee perspective, comes to an end. They add a couple of runs, and after 5.5, lead 5-2. They are riding high today in Toronto. Aquos LCD TV with LED backlight. The innovators of LCD TV now bring you their best picture yet. Aquos LED, the evolution of LCD TV continues. To enter and find out more, please check out the website www.hitahomerunwithsharp.ca. Well, you couldn't ask for a better day for baseball, although most fans of the Blue Jays are not pleased right now with the outcome. 5-2 in favor of the Yankees. New York with 10 hits, Toronto with just 3. But one of them left the park, and that was off the bat of Randy Ruiz, who homered in the 4th inning. Andy Pettit on the hill going strong. Gets a fly ball out of Ruiz, and it's caught by the center fielder Cabrera. There's one away here in the 6th inning, and we'd like to send our best today to the great town of Mayerthorpe, Alberta, where Leonard Oates is celebrating a birthday. He turned 55 recently. Pettit has received a little increased run support as he pitches to Edwin Encarnacion.
And in his career, this is where he feels it. His team has given him some runs to work with. In the past, this is where he has brought it home, feeling it. Bullpen for the Yankees is a little short. Mariano Rivera.
A slight groin injury.
Yeah, was scheduled to throw a bullpen session today. Saw him out there working this morning, but is probably not available for this afternoon. So they're a little short in the pen. So Joe Girardi is probably looking right now at Pettit if he can get through the 6th quickly. See if he can stretch maybe 7 innings out of his veteran.
Here's the 3-1 pitch down low, and Encarnacion, wearing Josh Towers' old number 7, walks down to first here in the 6th inning.
Well, Pat, just to finish up here in your point about Rivera, he threw 20 pitches in a side session today, came out of that feeling fine. So I agree with you, he won't be available today, but we could still see him before this series ends.
And this series ends tomorrow afternoon here at Rogers Center with the 4th and final game. Brian Tallett will be on the hill for the 1 o'clock Eastern start. Sergio Mitre, a right-hander, goes for the Yankees. Bautista blasts this to center field. Cabrera's back at the wall, and he cannot make the catch. Encarnacion now charging for third. He had to stop to see if the play was made. He comes home. Bautista's into third, and he will go home too. Well, just like that, we've got a different ball game.
It's a 1-run game. I do not think Melky Cabrera found this ball when he got back. Like he goes from the sun to the shade and then cannot make the play. It is backed up by Hairston, who gets it to Jeter. Now he thinks he has a shot at third base, and when the ball gets away, Andy Pettit was backing up the home plate. You see him right there in your picture, and trotting on in to score the 4th run is Bautista. And you're right, just like that, it is a 1-run game. We will sort it all out here to let you know who gets the error, what type of hit Bautista has, but when it's all said and done, it's now 5-4.
Bautista with a triple and an RBI. His 20th run driven in of the year, and charge an error on the play to the shortstop, Derek Jeter. So a triple and E6 on your scorecard, as the score is now 5-4. The Blue Jays get those 2 runs back. They lost in the top of the inning. And Bautista had been 0 for his last 16 before hitting that triple to the wall in center field. Certainly a welcome sight as McDonald pulls this to left field. Hairston Jr. is there, and he's out number 2.
Yeah, anytime you smoke a ball as hard as Bautista hit it to center field, that has to feel good. Cabrera almost came up with a circus catch, but I'm convinced that as that ball went from the sun to the shade, he lost track of it. And Blue Jays definitely will take it. See him wearing the sunglasses, standing in the shade out in center field, but he was sent back to that wall into the shadows.
This is nub to Pettit. He's got time to throw out Chavez, and does. After 6, the Blue Jays have made it interesting. They score twice, and the Yankees have a 1-run lead. Is enjoying the annual Toronto International Air Show with performances by the Blue Angels from the United States. At some point, we'll probably see some of the Canadian snowbirds buzzing overhead. 5-4 is the lead for the New York Yankees today. I'm Jamie Campbell with Pat Tabler, Sam Cosentino, and our esteemed statistician Scott Carson. As the Blue Jays and Yankees play the third of 4 games, Minnesota comes to town for Labor Day Monday, an afternoon game here in Toronto. They'll play 4 against the Twins and then head for Detroit, beginning a series with the Tigers at Comerica Park on Friday night, and that is a 4-game series as well. It extends into next Monday, or a week from Monday.
All right, right now, they have got to shut down the Yankees right here. We talked about the bullpen of the Yankees being light one. 3 more shots at it. You got to shut them down right here. You got the bottom part of the order coming up. Jesse Carlson has got to get through that, get the offense back out there, and make Joe Girardi decide what he wants to do with his starting pitcher. Pettit is getting right towards the end of his day. And is it enough to get to Phil Hughes if he's going to close today, if Rivera can't go?
Jesse Carlson fashioned a 1-pitch out when he got Cano to end the top of the 6th. Here the batter is Jerry Hairston Jr., 2 balls and a strike. And he hits this one foul. We've mentioned this countless times, Pat, but the Yankees are so good at making pitchers work, grinding out the at-bats. I wonder sometimes if pitchers like Brett Cecil, in the case of today, Brett Cecil, Casey Jansen, were encouraged to work a little quicker, combined with their catcher, to be quicker on the mound, if that would be a little more effective against a team that likes to work the count.
I'm sure they have been told that, but you got to get the hitter in the box. We've seen a lot of the hitters stand out there, take their time. The pace of the game really slows down. Scott Richmond, they've told him to pick the pace up, but stop thinking so much, get out there, throw the ball, make quality pitches, and good things will happen.
Here's Hill with Carlson covering, gets Hairston Jr. You're right. You see Posada from time to time just backing out and adjusting his batting gloves and everything else, and Nick Swisher, who's got some kind of an act that he goes through prior to every single pitch.
Yeah, that's all part of it, slowing things down. Pace and rhythm are so important, and you can do that when you're throwing a lot of strikes.
Melky Cabrera, no balls, 1 strike. Popped him up. This is Hill's play. 2 out. And as you suggested, Pat, here is Jesse Carlson, 1 out away from getting a 1-2-3 shutdown inning and getting the bats back up.
Work quickly, get in there, get that team back out there.
Hey, join us here at the ballpark Labor Day Monday. First pitch is just past 1 Eastern time. Lots of good seats are available to see the Twins, who are starting to fade from the American League Central race right now. They've lost their last 2 entering today, while Detroit continues to win, and the Tigers have now opened up a bit of a space on the Twins. So the M&M brothers are coming to town, Justin Morneau and Joe Mauer. Two strikes on Eric Hinsky, who played for the Jays between 2002 and 2006. Dealt from Toronto around the midway part of the year to the Boston Red Sox in that 2006 season. Now with his 5th major league team, as Carlson deals the 0-2 high. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I thought he was very frank in an interview with some of the writers here in Toronto the other day, saying, I thank the Blue Jays for giving me a chance to play. They gave me a 5-year contract. I started my career here. I just wasn't able to get better after that rookie year.
He grounds out. Carlson, with the help of his defense, gets a 1-2-3, and let's see what the Blue Jays can do when they come back to the plate next. Marcos Scutaro leads off. Burger King, home of the Whopper.
We don't have to go back very far, just last inning. Jose Bautista bangs this ball to center field. Melky Cabrera can't come up with that long fly ball. It ricochets back towards the infield. One run is going to score. And when Jeter tries to get Bautista at third base, the ball gets by, and he can jog in with today's 4th run for the Blue Jays and making this a 1-run game.
Visit BlueJays.com to register for a chance to win prizes with the Burger King Superfan Contest. Let us review this game, shall we? Led by the Yankees at 5-4 as we hit the bottom of the 7th inning.
They have had runners on every base and every inning, but they have pitched out of it. Teixeira, Cano have hit home runs. Ruiz has hit a home run in the 4th inning against Pettit. There are the starters' lineups or lines right there. As the bullpens will settle this one, Johnny Damon has now taken over in left field. You have the lead late in the game. It's time to bring in your better defenders. Jerry Hairston moves from left field over to right field. Eric Hinsky is out of the game and taking the mound after 6 innings by Andy Pettit. Young David Robertson, very good numbers. He throws hard right over the top with a good breaking ball. Check out the numbers in strikeouts per innings pitched. 60 strikeouts in 40 innings. So he comes out of that bullpen throwing strikes and throwing hard.
Robertson appeared on Thursday night here against the Jays, tossing a perfect 7th inning as he faces Marco Scutaro. Top of the order for the Blue Jays in the 7th, Scutaro, then Hill, and then Wells. The Yankees lead by 1, 2-0. A walk to Encarnacion, and then a triple and error by Bautista. Gets 2 quick runs for the Blue Jays in the 6th and got them right back in this ball game. Bautista tripled to center field. Jeter's throw to third went astray, and he was able to come in on the error.
And this is what Marco Scutaro does so well, leading off innings and getting himself into a position to get on base.
Robertson was a 17th round pick by the Yankees just 3 years ago. And he comes in now as one of the most relied upon arms in their bullpen as he runs that in on Scutaro, pushes him out of the way, and he'll be heading for first base with a walk.
He has been on base 3 times now again this afternoon. A walk to lead off the game, a fielder's choice, and now a 3-run fastball pushes him off the plate. And even though the Blue Jays just have 4 hits this afternoon, they are down just by 1 run. 5 base on balls for Andy Pettit. The last time he did that was against the Blue Jays back in July when he walked 5.
Here is Aaron Hill, who takes the pitch high, 1-0. We last saw Hill go deep a week ago yesterday in Boston when he hit a home run off Josh Beckett, his 31st of the year. A home run that at the time gave the Blue Jays a 3-0 lead over the Red Sox, but Boston came back for an eventual 6-5 win. In fact, the Jays dropped all 3 in Boston. They lost 3 of 4 in Texas. And they've split the first 2 here with the Yankees. As Scutaro stands at first. Big cut from Hill. 1-1.
He generates a lot of bat speed, does Aaron Hill. He's strong in his hands. His bat is very quick, and when you make mistakes with that bat speed, that's why he's got 31 home runs this year. Does not get cheated, ever.
No, that was a healthy cut. It's now a ball and 2 strikes, and Vernon Wells is on deck. Scudero was able to draw a leadoff walk off of Robertson, with his team down by 1 here in the last of the 7th inning. The 1-2, breaking ball, and it's hit to short. Jeter goes to second. One play only as Scudero is erased, a fielder's choice for Hill. Vernon Wells is announced, and when we last saw Wells, he came to the plate with 2 men on, got the count against Andy Pettitte to 3-0, got the green light, and he popped out. Let's see what he can do here against David Robertson. Fastball in. 1-0.
I like my chances here. If you're a Blue Jays fan, I'll tell you why. Robertson comes right over the top with his fastball, and it's straight. If Wells can get a pitch that he likes down and in, he can hit it hard. But if Robertson gets ahead, that's where he throws that curveball, and Wells tends to swing at it out of the strike zone. That's 2-0. You're looking for one pitch in one area right here.
That's a healthy cut too, and
yes,
that's a good pitch to swing at. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Throws hard. Got some good life to that fastball, but he comes right over the top, and it looks straight.
Greets Wells with a fastball down the middle, and it's 2-2.
Looked like he let a good pitch go by. 2-1 fastball. Now you got to be wary of that overhand curve.
Strike 3. Down goes Wells, looking at a fastball right down the belly.
From the way he took this pitch, it looked like he was looking for a breaking ball, but Robertson challenged him. I mean, that fastball's right there. And he takes it. Robertson, you mentioned, was drafted in the 17th round out of the University of Alabama. He has never started a game in his professional career. Drafted as a reliever, groomed as a reliever, and he's putting up some pretty good numbers as a reliever for Joe Girardi. Big strikeout there, Wells.
Kevin Millar is 0 for 3. Two and 0. Similar type of situation here. Robertson fell behind Wells. 2 balls, no strikes, but he came back with a 3-2 fastball down the middle and got him. He and Posada so far have really leaned heavily on the fastball. And they go to it again, and that paints the corner 2-1.
Good spot there with that fastball. Kevin Millar was leaking out oh so little, looking for that fastball in the inner half, just trying to cheat to get to it. And he threw it on the outside corner.
that one is popped up and playable. Swisher calls off Robertson. He's at the base of the mound, makes the catch, and the side is retired here in the 7th inning with 1 man left. The Snowbirds pass by on a day where the Yankees lead the Blue Jays 5-4.
The Jays on Rogers Sportsnet, brought to you by Home Hardware and Home Hardware Building Center. Homeowners helping homeowners.
Robinson Cano and the New York Yankees have a 5-4 lead over the Blue Jays here at Rogers Center in Toronto. 10 hits for the Yankees, just 4 for the Blue Jays. And the latest reliever for Toronto is Scott Downs, as he relieves Jesse Carlson. Carlson was able to retire all 4 batters he faced over 1 1/3. Downs greets Derek Jeter with strike 1.
Here's Scott Downs' numbers. His 40th game. He has spent some time on the disabled list. Cito Gaston was talking before the game that right now he wants to use Scott Downs late in the game. That might be the 8th inning. It also might be the 9th inning. He might share closing duties with Jason Frazier depending on the situation, the batters, everything like that. But he wants him in the 8th and the 9th inning.
So there is not a defined role in that respect, and it will make for a very interesting springtime down in Dunedin, because with Downs under contract, Jason Frazier returning, there might be a battle to see who will end up as the opening day closer, and you might as well throw Brandon League's name in there too.
With his stuff in his arm, why not? And what if there's some changes also in the offseason? One way or another, Cito Gaston likes Scott Downs at the end of the game. You know, that's not to say that if you're facing some lefties in the 9th inning of a 1-run game, he might save him for the closing in the 9th inning. But he and Frazier have done a good job in limited chances again for the Blue Jays and save opportunities.
Jeter gets close to Lou Gehrig as he comes up with his 2nd base hit of the ball game.
You know, that's what makes Derek Jeter such a baseball player. He walked and singled his first two or three times up. He struck out, and he's the kind of player that when he gets 1 hit, he wants another one. If he's got 2 hits, he wants that 3rd hit. Every day taking at bat. I've never seen him give away an at bat.
just a matter of time now before he catches the great Lou Gehrig for number 1 on the Yankee list as Swisher shows bunt. And that time is coming probably inside the next week.
They have a big homestand coming up. Do the Yankees.
It would only make sense.
It would make sense that they would do that there. They go home and they play Tampa Bay and Baltimore, and then we come in there for the 15th and 16th. We've talked about all the home runs that the Yankees have hit, but here's a weird one. Nick Swisher with 20 of his 23 home runs hit away from Yankee Stadium. Yankee Stadium is a launching pad right now. Just balls are flying out of there. Nick Swisher has not taken advantage of that. His home runs on the road.
And did you notice Adam Lind on the list?
Yes.
16 of his 28 have been on the road, and 6 of them have been hit in Texas.
He hit 6 home runs in Texas?
He's hit 6 home runs in 2 series in Texas.
Ooh.
Let's bring in Sam Cosentino once again.
Last step off by Scott Downs before that pitch. They looked. Derek Jeter looked over to Bob Davidson, the first base umpire, and asked him if there was a balk. And very quickly and emphatically, he said, "No, indeed, Downs did step off first."
He has that little move, that little step off flick over to first base. You know you're going to get a fastball to hit. Hitting in front of Teixeira and A-Rod with Derek Jeter on at first base. Question now is, does Scott Downs give into him and give him one?
Popped it up.
Him.
Millar goes out. He can see the ball, and he catches it too. Makes a nice over-the-shoulder basket catch to retire Swisher.
And made that look easy. Goes back and very easily a basket catch for out number 1.
His old pal Steve Young, the ex-49ers quarterback, would have been impressed.
You know, you're holding your runner on at first base, and a right-hander pops the ball down the right field line. No chance for Aaron Hill to get at the second baseman. That's your ball all the way. He made it look easy.
Here's Teixeira again. And being a switch hitter, he's had to move side to side on occasion this afternoon. The home run he hit in the 5th was from the right side. Last time up, he struck out facing Casey Jansen, hitting from the left side of the plate. And he's up there with Derek Jeter at first, and 1 out in the 8th inning. Scott Downs with the 0-1 pitch, and that almost gets away from Chavez. Jeter's going nowhere, and it's 1-1.
I think it hit Teixeira.
It did indeed.
Yeah. Home plate umpire Tim Cheetah called that one right away. Came out from behind home plate and signaled towards first base that ball hit him. Breaking ball right at the back shoe And on the bounce, it's a hit batter. A-Rod comes up again with a couple of runners on.
There were 2 on base when he came up last time, and Rodriguez hit a bullet back toward the mound. It actually went off Casey Jansen into center field, and he drove in Eric Hinsky. Here it's first and second, 1 away, and the first pitch from Downs has Rodriguez shuffling his feet.
A-Rod's got padding all over his body. You see it on the front elbow. Blue Jays nailed him the last time they were in New York. He's got the shin guard on the front foot. There it is right there for a foul ball. He must feel like he's got a target on him with all that padding.
He's had a target on his back with respect to this team before. Remember the Howie Clark episode when Rodriguez was running past third base and he said something that caused Clark to break off the ball, and it dropped harmlessly in front of him for a hit, kept the inning alive, scored a run for the Yankees. And then if I remember correctly, Pat, they waited a series before they finally drilled Rodriguez, and I think it was Josh Towers who threw the eventual pitch that
hit him in the leg.
Yeah. And now Towers is a teammate.
Be careful now, 3-0.
There he is.
You got to feel that A-Rod, if he feels comfortable, he's going to let it go.
Here it comes. Inside, and it misses for ball 4. So the inning gets longer as Rodriguez walks, and that causes Brad Arnsberg to walk too, in this case to the mound to speak with Downs. Boy, this is classic Yankee baseball here. They get the leadoff single from Jeter. Teixeira finds his way aboard. He gets hit by a pitch. Rodriguez draws the walk. And just like that, they've got one out. The bases are loaded. While we have a second, let's go back downstairs and once again bring in Sam Cosentino.
Jamie, out in a box in left field, you'll find the graduates of the Sheridan College Intern Award. Each year, the Blue Jays utilize a student from Sheridan College in their training room. They assist George Poulos and Dave Abraham in their normal duties. And from there, it goes towards, obviously, some course credits. A lot of those graduates have gone on to bigger and better things. One of them works Cirque du Soleil in Las Vegas. Another one with the Toronto Maple Leafs. Another yet with the Calgary Flames. Some are in minor league baseball, have their own practices. So a very successful program initiated by then assistant trainer Brent Andrews in 1990. This marking the 20th year. Adam Elwood, this year's recipient.
Wonderful to see. Thank you, Sam. As Jorge Posada steps in with the bases loaded to face Scott Downs. And once again, a mound visit. I also noticed when Sam was telling us that story, and the group is up there in a private box, that the number 3 is missing from Tom Cheek's name at the level of excellence.
There's a few numbers and letters missing from the level of excellence. Bases loaded. Scott Downs has got to make a pitch here. If he can get something down on the ground, they have a chance to get out of it.
Posada sees it pass. 2 balls and no strikes.
A 1-run game. The Yankees have hit 1 ball out of the infield this inning and have the bases loaded. Looking to bust it open.
Grounded up the middle, taken by Scutaro. He gloves to second, goes to first, a double play.
And they get the ground ball and let the middle of the infield do the rest. We have seen it all season long from Scutaro and Hill in the middle of the diamond, and it doesn't get any prettier than this. The flip and then over to Millar. Scott Down gets the double play, and it's still a one-run game.
Confident with that glove.
Only Cleveland and Texas have turned more double plays than the Blue Jays, but you won't find a prettier one in a big situation. 8th inning. Scutaro goes to his left and shovels it off to Hill, who can grab the ball with that strong arm that he has, complete the double play, keeping it a one-run game. Pitcher's best friend right there. Scott Downs loves his infield. Okay, David Robertson came out to warm up. He is warm. We're ready to go. And Joe Girardi has signaled to the bullpen that he wants to make a change. So we've seen this tacked before from teams. So we will go to break. Robertson is out. A new pitcher comes in, and we'll be right back.
And the proceeds benefit the Blue Jays Care Foundation. So yes, there is a new pitcher. In fact, there's a pinch hitter too. We'll address the hitter as we look at the numbers first on Brian Bruni.
Everybody moves up an inning. with Mariano Rivera out. Phil Hughes will probably close this if it stays the way it is right now, but Bruni will now pitch the 8th inning, and the first batter he will face is Adam Lynn. And I guess that's what Joe Girardi was saying. I'd rather have this matchup, Bruni versus Lynn, because he had a feeling that Lynn might pinch hit here in this situation. He said, I'll take my chances with the veteran over the youngster Robertson. So Bruni has done a masterful job over his last 10 appearances, covering 10 innings. He's only given up 1 earned run. Makes quick work of Adam Lynn.
He does indeed. Down goes Lynn, and that's out number 1 as he strikes out, pinch hitting for Randy Ruiz.
Well, the one good thing about that is Lynn stays in the game now. If the Jays can tie it, force it into extra innings, Lynn's bat doesn't get lost.
Here now Edwin Encarnacion. And the pitch off the plate. Ball 1. Encarnacion has walked twice and scored both times. Driven home on a single, a bloop single by John McDonald in the 4th, and then came home on the triple by Bautista in the 6th inning.
Bruni throws very hard. That last fastball registered on the stadium clock at 95 miles an hour, but Encarnacion can turn around a fastball. He's got to get the head of the bat moving, catch it out in front.
Popped up, and the ball drifts toward the seats, and it's out of play. Over 31,000 are in attendance here today to watch the Yankees and the Blue Jays on a brilliant afternoon. Labor Day weekend. There is Phil Hughes. He's the right-hander, number 65. And Phil Koch, who has been used extensively by the Yankees this year. He's the left-hander. As Bruni throws the 1-2, a breaking ball off the plate to Edwin Encarnacion.
Phil Koch is getting ready because Joe Girardi sees pinch hitting possibilities at the bottom of the lineup here. Travis Snyder is sitting on the bench. Lyle Overbay, although he has that finger ball sent to center field, problems could still hit.
Bruni gets Encarnacion and now deals with Bautista, who tripled in a run in the 6th inning and scored himself. There's Girardi digging out the old book. That thing is as thick as an encyclopedia. Ball 1. Bautista last time up, drilled one to center field. Melky Cabrera couldn't come down with it. He ended up at third, and then the throw to third got away, so he came in to score on a throwing error by Derek Jeter. I'll tell you what, Jorge Posada makes more visits to the mound than any catcher I've seen.
Best in the game right there. He's going to settle down his pitcher. He knows that Bautista has home run power, so you still have to make a play and make a pitch.
The 2-0 pitch is high. It's 3-0. Just as the Snowbirds pass, Bruni comes back, and that one's foul back and out of play.
Home run cut. 3-0 by Bautista. That was a very good aggressive swing. Bruni is supplying all the power. Again, you just have to get the head of the bat out in front and catch it out in front.
Well, he's getting good swings, but look at the reaction there by Bautista as he slaps his bat, slaps the barrel. Bruni now tries again. Ball 4. He walked him. Out comes Joe Girardi, and he signals to the bullpen. He'll go with another right-hander, and that means Phil Hughes will enter the ball game. And we'll take a short break with the Yankees leading the Blue Jays 5-4 here on Rogers Sportsnet. On the PGA Tour, all of that plus some baseball, and the division races are getting interesting. And Phil Hughes, once considered one of the bright prospects from a starter's perspective for the New York Yankees, has suddenly become one of their most valuable relievers.
Boy, he has really filled up the 8th inning for Joe Girardi. Look at those numbers. He is the bridge to Mariano Rivera. Lots of strikeouts, good hard fastball, good snapping curveball.
And you talked about the bench for Cito Gaston as Hughes comes in. John McDonald is replaced by Travis Snyder, who will pinch hit here in the 8th inning with a man on. That's Bautista at first. 2 out, and this is fastball against fastball hitter, although the struggle for Snyder these days is catching up with that fastball.
I don't know how this is going to end up. If Snyder's going to win the battle or Hughes is going to win the battle. But it seems that Joe Girardi maybe jumped the gun a little bit. And I'll tell you what. Fastball right by him. John McDonald was coming up. You could see that he was possibly going to pinch hit. I guess he wants Hughes versus Snyder as opposed to Koch versus Snyder, and saving Hughes for the 9th inning. He has been good this year, as Phil Hughes. But you could see this matchup a couple of batters ago happening.
Snyder, in his second go with the Blue Jays this year, has struggled. There's no question there. But we do know this. He's got the power and the swing to put the Blue Jays ahead. If he can connect with a pitch from Hughes here. It's a ball and 2 strikes, though. And he swings and strikes out. Down he goes to end the 8th inning. It's been a tough late season for Snyder at this level, as the strikeout for Hughes ends things. And after 8 innings of play, it's the Yankees 5 and the Blue Jays 4. Commentator clothing is provided in part by Z Zenya. Statistical information provided by Stats Inc. We welcome you back to the Rogers Center here in Toronto. Travis Snyder stays in the game and replaces John McDonald in left field. Scott Downs continues for the Blue Jays in relief here as he faces Robinson Cano, Jerry Hairston Jr., and Melky Cabrera. 5-4 in favor of the New York Yankees. One ball and 1 strike. Here's Downs. And there is Cano doing what he does so well, lifting it to right field. It kicks away from Bautista. Cano is into second, and he's got a double.
Hitting .318, and it doesn't matter. He's hitting over 300 versus left-handers, right-handers, hard throwers, soft throwers. It doesn't matter. Robinson Cano can just hit. 1 strike, 2 strike, it doesn't matter. That nice short swing rips another extra base hit for the Yankees. And with Downs not able to retire the left-hander and some righties coming up, Cito Gaston goes to his bullpen. It's still a 1-run game as the Blue Jays battle in the 9th inning.
Roy comes in here to appear in his 51st game this year. A one-loss record of 6-2 and a very good ERA too at 2.33. And Joe Girardi will go to his bench as well as Hideki Matsui makes his way to the plate here in the ninth inning. Robinson Cano leads it off with a double, so he's standing at second with nobody out.
Valuable run, and if you look at those numbers, you can see why Joe Girardi is sending Matsui to hit for Hairston. Valuable run out at second base. He wants that run in. And he wants a left-handed batter to at least try and pull the ball to the right side and get Cano to third. Matsui hitting .333 as a pinch hitter, and he rips the first pitch foul.
Well, Frazier got tagged in his last outing. That was Thursday night in the opener when he pitched the ninth inning and gave up a pair of home runs. Alex Rodriguez hit one over the wall in left field. And then Jorge Posada with Matsui at first after drawing a walk hit a second level shot to right. And Frazier gave up 3 runs over an inning's worth of work. Here it's an 0-1 pitch, and that's grounded back to Frazier, but it kicks away toward Hill, and he's got no play. A base hit for Matsui. First and third, New York, nobody out.
That average is going to climb after this infield single. In between hop by Frazier, and he goes down. No chance for Hill to pick it up. And an infield single for Matsui. Jason Frazier might have got a little rug burn on that dive. Still walking around. Here comes George Poulos to take a look at it.
Meanwhile, they send a pinch runner in for Matsui as Francisco Cervelli comes off the bench. As you know, Sportsnet Connected is coming up after this ball game is over. And following that, it's a battle between the Red Sox and the White Sox. The match yesterday went to Chicago. They pasted Boston 12-2. You can see that one on all of our channels. And that pits Tim Wakefield up against Gavin Floyd. Frazier has thrown a warm-up toss and says he's ready to go. He gets a word from Tim Tashida, the home plate umpire and crew chief. So here's Cabrera. He singled in a run in the second inning to give the Yankees the lead. And can pick up a very valuable run or two here in the ninth inning, with New York hanging on by 1. Nobody out. Cervelli is the runner at first. Robinson Cano at third. Frazier healthy enough to go, and so he sets. Ball one. A shot right up the middle, and that gets through, a base hit. The Yankees extend their lead. As Cano is jumping for joy, off to the dugout he goes, counting New York's 6th run.
And that was almost the same kind of play that ended the 8th inning. Ball hit hard up the middle by Cabrera. It ricochets off the mound, and Scudero almost comes up with it, just out of his reach and into center field for an RBI single for Cabrera. So they do get the big run that Girardi was playing for. And now, with nobody out and runners on first and second, we might see Johnny Damon do all kind of stuff here. He could bunt, he could hit and run. They could let him swing away. They might want to play for those runs also.
He takes for strike one. That run is charged to Scott Downs. So his line is complete at 1+ inning. And a run allowed as Brian Wolf is up and throwing. Damon slaps it foul. 2 strikes on him. Damon did not start this game. He came off the bench and takes over for Eric Hinsky. Left-hander Brett Cecil started this matchup for the Blue Jays, going 4 1/3. And he stands to take the loss here today if things remain the same. Breaking ball is down. 1-2.
The Yankees have not been kind to Jason Frazier. A couple more hits here. You mentioned the home run by Posada in the 9th inning.
Strike 3 called. Finally an out in the 9th inning as Tim Tashita punches out Johnny Damon. We remind you we'll be back tomorrow for game number 4, the final game of the series, last visit this year by the New York Yankees. Brian Talent is 5-9. He hits the hill for the Blue Jays. Sergio Mitre for the Yankees. Join us, please, at 1 Eastern Time, 10 a.m. Pacific. It's the Blue Jays on Rogers Sportsnet. Derek Jeter stands back up there. He's got 2 hits in the game. 2,715 career now.
And a whole lot against the Blue Jays. Over 250. There's a cat and mouse game going on right now, and that's why Tim Cheetah is talking to Girardi. Jeter steps out. Frazier steps off. Frazier's ready, Jeter steps out. Jeter's ready, Frazier steps off. This is why he's saying, hey, let's go. Come on, get in there, let's start playing the game. The rule says, the new rule, when the batter is ready, pitcher has 12 seconds to throw the ball. Batter is not ready, so the clock can't start. Now it can.
Jason Frazier's not helping the cause because he historically does not work quickly. But neither do the Yankees. It's part of the way they play as Jeter swings and misses 1 and 2. There's Cabrera at first. Francisco Cervelli at second. 35-year-old Derek Jeter is the batter. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch taken foul.
Just does not give in. He knows how important those runs are out there. Doesn't give in. Doesn't give away at bats. He is going to have to, Frazier's going to have to make a pitch to get him out. Maybe that good changeup that has been effective for him all season long.
Breaking ball, strike 3, and down goes Jeter. And he's got harsh words for Tim Tschida as he walks behind home plate. Jeter took the long route there.
Frazier's changeup, and this is a breaking ball, looks like a curveball, has helped him fashion a 140 batting average against right-handers. And you see Jeter has something to say to crew chief Tim Tschida.
Well, perhaps Frazier can keep the damage to just 1 as he has struck out now Damon and Jeter, and now faces Nick Swisher. 2 runners aboard for the Yankees here in the top of the 9th inning. And a breaking ball off the plate for ball 1. Swisher today had a base hit in the 1st inning. Since then, he's popped out twice, grounded out once, and walked and scored. That occurred in the 6th inning. One and one as Frazier powers that fastball by him at 93 miles an hour. Goes high. Swisher doesn't chase. Now 2-1 for the Blue Jays in the bottom of the 9th inning. Raul Chavez, the number 9 hitter, is due. Marcos Scutero and Aaron Hill are also scheduled to bat. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's taken for strike 2. So here is Frazier, one strike away from striking out the side. After coming in relief of Scott Downs. A pair of singles surrendered by Frazier in this outing, one that scored Robinson Cano. And so the Yankees have extended their lead to 2. Oh, now we put the clock on them.
Well, as soon as he gets into the batter's box and gets ready, she had 12 seconds to be able to throw the pitch. And
Grounded to Hill. And so they give up 1 as the top of the 9th, and it was a long one, comes to an end. Yankees 6, the Blue Jays 4, back for the bottom of the 9th after this. Dodgers up against the San Diego Padres. We don't often get to see the Padres, but you will tomorrow night. Sunday Night Baseball. They'll take on the Dodgers, who lead the West by 4.5 games. Nick Swisher is now the new right fielder. They've had 3 of them. First Hinsky, then Hairston Jr., now Swisher. And Mark Teixeira, who was the DH, is now the first baseman. So changes aplenty here as Phil Hughes greets Raul Chavez with a ball in the bottom of the 9th inning. I'm Jamie Campbell with Pat Tabler and Sam Cosentino. This game is pushing the 4-hour mark. 5 minutes to 5 o'clock Eastern time. As ball 2 is thrown by Phil Hughes.
You could understand that if on the Yankees side they have 14 hits. Blue Jays have 4 hits, but they've been able to score 4 runs. Chavez trying to do anything he can to get on base. Stick your knee out there, maybe take one, lower your shoulder, somehow get on base, bring that tying run to the plate.
That's out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Chavez enjoying a 1-for-2 day. And you think, well, you've got Rod Barajas on the bench. Maybe a bit more of a power bat in Barajas. Why not bring him off the bench and give him an at-bat in this situation? As that one is a swinging strike. Chavez is gone. But this is sort of classic Cito Gaston. If you start the game, he likes to see you finish it.
Well, that is really hard to ask a guy who's been sitting around for 4 hours to come in and face Phil Hughes with the shadows coming in. You're not loose. You've been sitting around. So he leaves Chavez in to face Hughes, who has been dynamite for the Yankees. Has the second lowest post All-Star earned run average at 1.2. And the Yankees win when he comes into the game. They are 25-6 when he has pitched and relieved this season. Looking for his 3rd save of the year.
Scudero pops this up. And this ball is headed for the seats, but then it comes back, and it's taken by Posada. That had souvenir written all over it.
Yeah, but you don't give up on it. You get back there, you make sure it goes into the stands. He goes right up against that netting of the backstop. He's watching, he's looking, say, hey, I got a chance to catch this. Throw the mask away, and there's out number 2.
So they start to head for the exits here at the Rogers Center as the Blue Jays are down to their last out. And Aaron Hill is the batter. He's 0 for 4. Two strikes on Hill now. And here is Hughes. Catcher wants this high, and he gets it there. As Posada gets the location he was looking for. It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Vernon Wells on deck for the Blue Jays if Hill can get on. The Jays are down by 2 and down to the last out. Here's the kick from number 65. And there is the strikeout pitch as this game comes to an end. And the Yankees win a lengthy one. The clock hits 5 o'clock local time. And they lock down a 6-4 win. For Pat Tabler and Sam Cosentino, I'm Jamie Campbell. Stand by for Sportsnet Connected.